You're watching Jax PBS More, WJCT, Jacksonville.
Welcome to Pinedale Elementary School.
Welcome to Pinedale Elementary School. We are definitely a hidden gem. When you come to Pinedale, you are going to be immersed into a diverse school. We are a STEM school. We have students from all walks as well as teachers, and we meet right in the middle.
I love this school. I love this school because I was a student here. I started out as a first grader here and all the way to fifth grade, and it's really, really awesome walking around the halls as a teacher now. I see some of my former teachers back then. They're still here.
We have an amazing robotic program that's led by our students. In addition to that, we have the National Honor Society, Leaders as Patrols, a WPEX morning news show.
Hi, my name is Christy Lesser.
And I'm Renee Meyer, and we're two of the speech-language pathologists here at Pinedale.
We love supporting our teachers and staff.
And we enjoy working with each and every kid.
I go hard for my kids at Pinedale every day because they are the future.
Parents, community, students, this is the best fit for you here at Pinedale Elementary. Please, I welcome you. Come, take a look.
At Pinedale, we are one team and one vision.
We are leaders, learners, believers in people.
We have goals and hustle hard to reach them.
We respect differences and empower each other to show up authentically.
We are all in to make it happen for all kids every day.
One of the things I love about being here at Pinedale is just an opportunity to impact students and to work with students in general. They're really great kids here. They have great personalities. They are very, very inclusive of each other.
Inclusive means to welcome anyone who is new to the school.
They look out for each other, and they're very, I don't know, just concerned academically about how they're performing.
My future is bright. My future is bright. My future is bright.
My future is bright.
Our students are
Brilliant, resilient, inclusive, goal-oriented, honest, and team players. Our future is bright.
Pinedale is a special place with special people. Our students are brilliant and resilient, and I am very proud to be their principal.
My future is bright. Our future is bright.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress. We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
Stating that the state, governmental entities, and other institutions cannot infringe on the fundamental rights of a parent.
Whose children are these? Do they belong to the state? Or do they belong to families?
But some lawmakers are concerned this bill goes too far in denying children the right to seek counseling or medical care without parental consent. Senator Gary Farmer believes students should be able to confide in school counselors about abuse or sexual preference without it getting to their parents.
Yes, parental rights is important, but so are the rights of kids to be safe. And oftentimes, the subject matter of something that's weighing on them is something that they're just not yet comfortable in talking to their parents about.
But the bill sponsor, Senator Ray Rodriguez, says this simply groups parents' rights that already exist into one section, making it easier for parents to find and provide clarity.
There are no new rights that are enumerated. They already exist in statute. What is different is that this bill does provide for school boards to develop and adopt a policy to promote parental involvement in the public school system and notify parents of their rights.
The House already passed its version of the bill last week. Senate Bill 582 passed the Rules Committee and now heads to the floor. If passed, the bill would go into effect for the next school year. The Senate Rules Committee also took up House Bill 529, an attempt to fast-track it through the process. The bill requires schools to observe a moment of silence every morning. Democratic lawmakers were not happy that the committee was taking up the House bill rather than the Senate version that went through the Senate committee process.
I think it's a little bit of a slap in the face to our colleagues who've been in this committee process and have worked on this bill, and now their work means nothing because we're essentially ignoring it.
The committee voted to amend the House bill, making it identical to the Senate version. Then Senator Dennis Baxley said he'd misunderstood the vote. And after some wrangling over the Senate rules, the committee voted again, keeping the House version.
So I'm just working the process. I could vote for this either way, but the key is this is ready to go.
But that wasn't the end of it. Senator Farmer then made a motion to reconsider that vote. After all the confusion, the committee chair decided to push the bill to be considered in committee next week. For Capitol Update, I'm Destiny Burt.
A potential change in Florida's alimony and child custody laws heads to the full House after passing the Judiciary Committee. Capitol Update's Mike LaQuia has a look at what this could mean for some Florida families.
House Bill 1559 bans permanent alimony in Florida and sets a guideline that payments should only last for half the length of time a couple was married. Those paying alimony would pay a maximum of 25% of the difference in each party's income. Dr. Deborah Schultz says now she pays more than $5,000 a month to her ex. The bill would help her retire rather than keep working to keep up with alimony.
I was married for 17 years to a man who quit working, abused drugs and alcohol, and was abusive to me and our 2 children.
In current law, if the former spouse paying alimony remarries, then the payments could go up based on the new spouse's income. That would change.
I'm in love with a beautiful woman. I've been with her for 9 years. We're living in sin because, as you'll hear in a minute, her income and assets could be used to pay my ex-wife alimony, as bizarre as that sounds. So my pastor says I'm going to hell, and my attorney says don't marry her. I mean, you can't make that. It's funny, but I mean, it sounds funny, but it's not.
Most of the objections to the bill focused on a change to child custody law, creating a rebuttable presumption that courts should grant equal custody.
This is just saying that when you walk in, there's a presumption that both parents are good parents, and the child deserves to spend equal time with both parents.
If a judge is required to presume something, then someone has to come into court and prove that that presumption is wrong, and otherwise the presumption controls the decision.
I was a child of divorce, and I can tell you that my parents didn't get along, and so the 50-50 child sharing would not have worked for them. It's a matter of a child needs structure as they're growing up, and doing 50-50 parenting, 50-50 child sharing just doesn't work for children.
Representing the Florida bar, one attorney testified that the change would have the greatest impact on self-represented litigants trying to use evidence to overcome that 50-50 presumption.
They struggle to understand how to get evidence in, what evidence is really relevant, and they are going to struggle, those vulnerable families, with this rebuttable presumption.
Governor Rick Scott vetoed a similar family law bill in 2016, objecting to the presumption of a 50-50 child custody split. Over in the Senate, the bill is in its final committee. For Capitol Update, I'm Mike Laquia.
The House Judiciary Committee also advanced a measure sending a message to Congress about the Second Amendment. House Memorial 1301 declares the state of Florida will use its lawful authority to resist any potential federal law that would restrict Second Amendment rights. Representative Mike Gottlieb feared this could send the wrong message.
This will embolden people to say, Florida passed a resolution, we should use all of our power to resist if there's a reasonable gun measure. And I really truthfully think that this doesn't make sense. Yesterday, somebody fired more than 50 shots in Broward County.
Representative John Snyder pointed to a current proposal in Washington.
To be a firearm owner, you have to carry an insurance policy. To be eligible to purchase a firearm, you have to clear a psychological evaluation, and the list goes on and on.
The committee sent another memorial to the full House chamber. House Memorial 145 would let Congress know that Florida values individual liberty, private property, and constitutional democracy over democratic socialism. State economists continue to crunch the numbers as they come up with new projections for how much revenue the state will take in over the long and short terms. So far this year, the analysts say revenue is up in nearly every category, from documentary stamp taxes on real estate to interest earnings. Sales tax, the main source of revenue, came in $700 million over their previous estimate.
Overall, this is a result of the continued reopening in Florida that started last summer. It's continuing and building up as vaccines become more available and consumers return to some extent and gradually to their pre-pandemic behaviors.
However, the legislature's chief economist Amy Baker warns there could be a shift in spending from goods to services as the economy continues to improve. Their final numbers will be key to lawmakers working on a state budget. A break on tuition for certain out-of-state college kids, it's paired with a cut to a long-standing grant program for in-state college students. The sponsor of the House's higher ed package calls it a multi-pronged effort to empower college kids and help them find good jobs here in Florida.
The proposed House General Appropriations Act appropriated $66.3 million to the state university system as an incentive to implement the provisions related to the buy one, get one tuition and fee waiver.
In March, House Bill 1261 started out simply as a BOGO tuition proposal designed to steer university students to take courses that will lead to high-demand jobs by providing a buy one, get one free incentive for upper-level courses. Tuesday, 6 members of the House Education and Employment Committee voted against the bill, which now includes several other provisions, such as an idea to give high-performing out-of-state students whose grandparents live in Florida permission to pay the lower in-state tuition.
The difference between an in-state tuition per credit hour and an out-of-state is $505.55. If you bring that up to 120 credit hours, it's over $60,000.
Representative Christine Hunchofsky is concerned that allowing more out-of-state students to pay a lower tuition would decrease the quality of education for all college kids. Meanwhile, the ranking Democrat on the panel objected to her colleagues picking and choosing the type of impact a grandparent has on a child.
This gives the grandparents only the right to be an ATM machine. And I think we need to rethink grandparents' roles in a child's life other than being an ATM machine.
Much of the public testimony, however, focused on a provision that requires private colleges and universities to now meet specific retention and graduation rates, along with postgraduate job attainment and earnings metrics in order for students to receive a $2,800 state grant known as EASE.
The EASE is the effective access to student education.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
Is a formula and why there are only 10 tater tots. But they introduced whole grain sampling day. You know, that's not always the first thing on a student's mind when they go through the lunch line, and so they made it available for all students. So one of the things that Chartwell's has been working with our high schools is the current theme called With Current State of Travel. They began a pilot program called the Great American Road Trip, which allows students to experience the great country through the power of food. They are taking your students on a journey, and we have 7 high schools piloting this journey with us. I'll have to email you the names of the high schools. I know probably 5 of them, and I'm going to forget 2 of them. And what they are learning is trying different foods from different regions of the United States. So they introduced something called buffalo wings salad, and I had the good fortune to try the new buffalo wings. Unfortunately, I did not share with them I don't like spicy food. And I needed a lot to drink after eating that salad. But students tend to like spicy food, and so it's been a big hit at the high schools. I'm going to attempt to name the 7 high schools: Mandarin High School, Inglewood High School, Rains High School, I believe Terry Parker High School. If I keep looking at you, I kind of know it by district. I'm going to say Robert E. Lee High School, and that's all I can remember. I know there's another high school somewhere. I think maybe it's Fletcher High School. Those are 7 high schools that are piloting this cross-country road trip, experiencing the United States through food. We're excited. This month is the month of the military child. So on Wednesday, April 21st, if you're out and about at schools, please wear purple to show your support for our military children. We're going to have visits with Navy reps at identified schools. Mostly it's our schools that have a high concentration of military families. and they're going to come out and visit with students. We're also going to provide the DCPS Strong Certificate to all military-connected students. Those certificates they'll be able to go home and post those at home, and we're going to highlight military families from DCPS throughout the month. Much like we did for School of the Month, we try to highlight, or when we had Principal Appreciation Month, we tried to highlight principals throughout the month. We're going to highlight some of our military families from our schools and try to get that up on the website as soon as possible. Out the school year in May, we'll have our 6th annual Student Mental Health Conference. That mental health conference is going to be done virtually this year. It will be over 2 days, April 28th through the 29th, from 7:25 to 1:55 on Teams. So we will make sure that board members get the link if you'd like to participate. But throughout the day, students will be engaged in a variety of social emotional topics. Some of the topics will be bullying prevention, crisis and suicide, cyber safety awareness, healthy relationships, mental health, self-care, stress management, substance abuse prevention, and violence. This is our 6th annual conference. Even though it's not in person, we actually believe more students will be able to participate because they can teams at their school. And so those are the big activities that will be happening until the end of the year. Thank you so much, Dr. Green.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
The reservoir collapse came into play when the Senate Rules Committee took up an emergency preparedness bill, the result of work by a special Senate committee on the COVID pandemic response. The committee wound up folding in a more controversial bill, generating some opposition. The original bill creates an emergency trust fund controlled by the governor and requires the state to stockpile PPE and other supplies that might be needed in the next pandemic. The committee added Senate Bill 1924, which imposes new limits on emergency actions by local governments. Senator Gary Farmer objected, saying local governments can respond more quickly to emergencies in their own backyard.
Imagine, if you will, there was an area with radioactive water that was leaking into our water table and potentially sickening hundreds or if not thousands of residents. Shouldn't that local government be able to enter an order protecting its citizens, its residents?
It's important that while we are looking at the powers of the executive, that it's also important to look at the powers of local governments and political subdivisions across the state.
The committee wound up approving the amendment adding those local restrictions. Senate Bill 2006 now heads to the full Senate. A former attorney general came to the Capitol to advocate for a bill that would give more power to the AG's office. House Bill 1053 deals with lawsuits filed on behalf of local governments. They can band together and hire a private firm to potentially go after a large company. However, former Attorney General Bill McCollum says these cases can be tough to settle with so many parties involved.
Like this, trying all these cases becomes a mess. It's really virtually impossible to settle with this many different people involved as actors on behalf of various levels of government. And when you do, it's going to inevitably be unfair to some local government somewhere along the way.
The bill gives the Attorney General the power to take lawsuits of, quote, great governmental concern away from local governments and pursue it on behalf of the state. Any damages awarded from these lawsuits would go into the state's general revenue fund. Some representatives voted no, fearing the bill would discourage local governments from going after bad actors like a pharmaceutical company.
The firms that represent local governments in the opioid lawsuits have spent millions of dollars in research, compiling evidence, and expert witnesses. Who among us would be willing to take on those costs, knowing that the state of Florida can yank the lawsuit at any time, throwing hundreds of thousands of man-hours and millions of dollars down the drain?
While the Civil Justice Committee passed it 11-7, the House bill still has 2 more committee stops, and the Senate companion has 2 more committee stops. Members in the House and Senate moved 2 anti-big tech proposals forward today. Senate Bill 7072 and House Bill 7013 would prohibit social media companies like Facebook and Twitter from removing political candidates from their platforms. If you recall, back in January, major tech companies removed former President Donald Trump from their platforms after they reported that Trump violated content policies. The proposals would require social media companies to post their user policies and apply them evenly. In the Senate Governmental Oversight and Accountability Committee, Senator Ray Rodriguez said the bill protects users' rights to free speech, but some lawmakers say it forces private companies to accept speech they don't agree with.
What we have now is a situation where people are being deplatformed, and often they don't even know why.
Doesn't a business have a right to post a sign saying no shirt, no shoes, no service? Why should the internet business have less First Amendment rights than brick and mortar business?
In addition to protecting candidates for office, the proposal ensures that the media is not censored, deplatformed, or shadow banned. Among other provisions, companies that violate these prohibitions could face up to $100,000 in fines. Both bills have cleared all committees. A House bill to create a task force to locate abandoned African-American cemeteries throughout the state is headed to its final committee stop, but the bill was amended to remove an investigation into Zion Cemetery in Tampa to, quote, limit the fiscal impact of the bill.
Streamline this so that the bill currently would just consist of the task force who would start to think through the best practices, think through what the fiscal aspect might be, but at least get us started and get us underway.
A similar bill in the Senate, which retains the Zion Cemetery investigation, has 2 more committee stops. The House moved forward a bill that aims to provide relief to survivors of sexual assault. While Florida law enforcement agencies and laboratories may internally track the progress of rape kits, Florida does not currently provide any tracking mechanisms to inform victims. Some lawmakers say that's led to kits being untested or lost.
How many of you track a package from Amazon Prime or through Domino's? Track your dinner through DoorDash? Why should we be able to track a pizza more efficiently than we can track evidence in a criminal case?
House Bill 673, sponsored by Emily Schlossberg, would require FDLE to create and maintain a statewide system that provides sexual assault survivors access to the status of their case, from the point of collection through forensic analysis to final storage location and destruction of the kit. Representative Scott Plakin is co-sponsoring the bill. During a virtual press conference, Plakin said a rape kit tracking system in Florida will bring transparency to the testing process. The bill would also give the state up to 180 days to notify survivors of any results. House Bill 673 is named after Gail Gardner, who you see there. She waited for nearly 3 decades before her rape kit was tested. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement announced the arrest of 27 drug dealers, mostly operating in North Florida. Officers arrested people in the Tallahassee area and in Panama City, Orlando, and Fort Pierce. They seized more than 31 pounds of drugs, 9 guns, 3 stolen vehicles, and more than $300,000 in cash.
Good morning, and thank you. Drug traffickers and those that help them in their activities are like leeches. They suck the life and vitality out of communities.
Investigators say some of the suspects also operated in Texas, California, and Georgia. In Representative Omari Hardy's opinion, this year's Right to Farm bill should be called the Right to Harm bill. The legislation expands and strengthens legal protections for farms, adding fumes and particle emissions to protected farm activities. Hardy was joined virtually by Floridians who say they suffer when sugarcane fields are burned, an issue currently under litigation.
Our legislators should not be picking the winner before the case is even heard.
Supporters of the bill have argued it will protect prescribed burning, an argument picked apart during a press conference.
What you've kind of done is married the need for prescribed fire for timber management and maintenance of invasive species in forest stands versus you don't really need to burn sugar to harvest it. Yes, it's cheap and fast, but it's not necessary.
The group called on the legislature to stop the bill and asked Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried, the only elected Democrat on the cabinet, to join them in opposition. They're running out of time in the legislative session, but a group of lawmakers continues to push to legalize recreational marijuana. Senator Randolph Bracey and Representative Anika Omfroy are urging support of their legislation that would create a framework for adult use in Florida. They say it's the direction many other states are heading, and there are a lot of benefits.
I think that just opening up the market in itself would move Florida's economy forward. When you think about it, the social equity part is only a small aspect. We have home grow in there. We have transportation licensing. We're taking the vertical integration that was given and making it horizontal, which is evening out the playing field. So I think that evening out the playing field in this industry is what will move us forward economically.
They also had the support of Representative Diane Hart. So far, the legislation has not been heard. However, Bracey has a separate bill that would allow people caught with small amounts of marijuana previously to have their records expunged. It's moving through the Senate and the subject of talks in the House. Here's a look at more bills that did move through committees Tuesday. Finally, Governor Ron DeSantis says he's punching back against a 60-minute report that examined the vaccine rollout and highlighted some wealthier Floridians and others who had access to the shots prior to those seniors in underserved areas. CBS stands by the report, but speaking to a crowd in Panama City this afternoon, DeSantis said the report ignored the facts. In the days following the show's airing on Sunday, other state and local leaders have come to the governor's defense, including CFO Jimmy Patronis, who says what aired is a different version of the story. Patronis addressed this issue after publicly receiving his Pfizer vaccine in Tallahassee this morning. That's it for this Tuesday edition of Capitol Update. We'll see you back here on Wednesday.
You are watching the Florida Channel, a public service made possible by the Florida Legislature, WFSU-TV, and Florida State University.
The Florida Cabinet usually meets on a Tuesday in Tallahassee and has come to serve as Florida's town meeting. Interested citizens are able to see their state government in action, and advance notice is required for many of the items on the agenda. In 1999, then Governor Jeb Bush established Cabinet for a Day, taking the bi-monthly cabinet meeting on the road occasionally. Regardless of its location, the meeting also serves as a ceremonial setting for the formal recognition of beauty queens, outstanding athletes, retiring state employees, and events deserving recognition.
If it's access you want, then you've got it at thefloridachannel.org. You'll find access to live streams of state government meetings, access to our growing archive section of past events, and access to the latest state government news with Capitol Update, as well as access to our award-winning documentary series, Florida Crossroads. Access it now, wherever you are, at thefloridachannel.org. Coming up, Florida Crossroads.
Florida Crossroads explores our state through its people, places, and events, and is made possible in part by funding from the Florida Department of Education.
When you venture off the interstate and major highways, you'll find some of Florida's unique places. We're talking those hidden gems only the locals know about, like the museum that's home to a presidential rail car, the canal that's now a hiking trail, a museum showcasing the story of the Seminole Nation, and clear, cold water called Rainbow. On this segment of Florida Crossroads, we take you to some of those places off the beaten path. Our first stop, the Gold Coast Railroad Museum, quietly tucked away behind the Miami Zoo, but full of historical gems.
Today we are in South Florida at the Gold Coast Railroad Museum. It's southwest of Miami. The Gold Coast Railroad Museum is a nonprofit, all-volunteer staff for historic preservation of Florida railroading. We also have some artifacts from other railroads around the United States, but it's primarily Florida railroad and transportation. The steam engines that we have here still have them, and they were running up and down the east coast of Florida, and they were replaced by diesel engines, and the United States Sugar in Clewiston got the locomotives to pull those sugarcane cars. And then it came a time when they were surplus to them, and they came here to South Florida to what is now the Gold Coast Railroad Museum. Our history goes back to 1957, and we've become a repository here in Florida of all things Florida Railroad. And the first thing we received was a steam locomotive that had run up and down the Florida East Coast Railroad from Miami to Key West, and it ended up at the Clewiston Sugar Works. And when they were finished with it, we got that down here, and we've taken real good care of it and run it for many years. And then we've acquired a lot of other artifacts from Florida, the baggage cars, the passenger cars, the red caboose. We have a train that runs every Sunday afternoon. And then during the week, we have a narrow gauge railroad. The rails are about 2 feet apart, and it runs around in here mechanically if it's up and running, or we got somebody. And there's plenty of things to look at that we've collected over the years, all the railroad cars. We have a baggage car full of all kinds of artifacts. One of the things that everybody likes is get the big bell off the steam engines, and people like to ring that and make a lot of noise and ride the train. We get a lot of school groups through here, and we're trying to preserve the railroad history of Florida. The first thing in Florida was the railroad, and it was like 20 or 25 years before they started building highways and cars. So if you went anywhere in Florida, it would be by train, passengers, and also the freight and vegetables. Winter vegetables would go north from here by train. This whole area was built for defense of the United States in the early part of World War II. Blimp hangars for the U.S. Navy, and the blimps went out and looked for the enemy. And then in 1945, a hurricane came through here and destroyed these hangars. And what was left was a big, flat, clean area with a bunch of railroad tracks that were in good shape. And one of our members, founding members, got a hold of this locomotive, and on Saturday they'd fire up the engine and run it back and forth, and then somebody got a caboose from another railroad and a couple of passenger cars, and we were in business. We were supposedly in 1966, because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, we were forced to Fort Lauderdale. And there was a piece of track up there that ran along the airport, and we had a member who built the shed for the equipment and the station. And so we ran back and forth in Fort Lauderdale until 1983, when they put Interstate 595 on top of where our tracks were. So we moved back down here. When we moved back down here, and we had enough money to build us a nice shed and keep our equipment out of the weather and the rain and the sun. And that was in 82, and then came Hurricane Andrew and destroyed everything. I mean, the shed and everything. President Bush came down here and said that all restoration of all libraries and museums would be paid for by the federal government. So that's how we got this big, beautiful shed here. And there's another good story about the Ferdinand Magellan. This was in 1958, and everything was surplus in this country then, and so the federal government didn't need that anymore because of Air Force One. So they put it for a sealed bid, and there was 3 responses: the Smithsonian, our group, and another group in Denver, Colorado. The Smithsonian bid $10. We had a member here that had the money. He was a college student at the University of Miami. He says, let's try this, and he pulls out a $100 bill, and he says, let's bid this. And then the one in Denver was $50. So years later, when Bill Godfrey would tell us the story about the $100, he goes, I never got my money back. And it was because of him that we got the Ferdinand Magellan Railroad car. And the car just sat around, and we had guided tours through it. And then in 1981, the curator of that railroad car for 20 years, Buck Price, he retired. So I took it over, and I polished all the brass railing. And then he had been working on making the Ferdinand Magellan a National Historic Landmark. And in 1984, there was a gathering of private railroad car owners with their private cars in Washington, D.C., so we thought we'd take the Magellan up to Washington and put it in the middle of all that so that the National Park Service could see it, and they ended up liking it, and they gave us the National Historic Landmark status. And to this day, it's still the only National Historic Landmark on wheels. At that time, Ronald Reagan was running for re-election, so somebody said, let's call the White House and see if he'd like to come down and make a speech. And he said, no, we want to use it. So we were gone for 2 weeks, and it was Ronald Reagan on the back of the railroad car. He made 5 whistle stops in western Ohio, and that was a lot of fun. And when he came aboard the railroad car, I apologized for taking him for a ride in a railroad car that had no heat, no air conditioning, and no running water. He said, it's fine, son. I really like traveling on this train. And it's also the same railroad car that President Harry Truman used for re-election in 1948, and there's a very famous picture of him holding up a newspaper that said the other guy had won. It said Dewey defeats Truman. And back then, when he had that picture was taken on the back of the platform of the railroad car. They said that the title to the picture is Ain't the Way I Heard It. So that's the most valuable newspaper printed. The Gold Coast Railroad Museum is very important to the state of Florida for preservation of transportation history of the railroads. The steam locomotives, passenger trains, they don't hold up to the weather too much. And we built this big solid structure here to keep the rain and the sunshine off of them. And we get gifts from time to time, and so we can restore railroad cars. It's preservation of the golden era of rail transportation in Florida.
Our next stop is in the Seminole Tribe of Florida's Big Cypress Reservation, rich in history and culture, and deep in the heart of Florida's Everglades.
The mission of the Atatiki Museum is to share the Seminole story from the Seminole perspective. Atatiki, there's not a direct English translation. We often say it's a place to learn or a place to remember. And so it kind of translates to what the Seminoles think of a museum is. You know, it is a place for them to come and learn about their culture and to remember the things that their ancestors have done. This museum opened in August of 1997 due to the hard work of a tribal member, Billy Cypress. His wife, Carol Cypress, also had a great hand in making sure this was developed. The land that this museum is on was the camp of then Chairman James Billy, and so he purposely gave up this land so that the museum could be built here. There's two parts to it. There's permanent galleries, which we have set in about 1890s to the 1910 era of the Seminole culture as they were. And these aspects still coordinate to things that are important to the Seminole culture today. We also have several temporary galleries where we share Seminole culture and artistic expressions, and we'll explore other important and interesting themes about Seminole culture.
Food is still an important part of our life. We serve our...
If you come right out of the film, which gives you the basic backdrop of the history of the Seminole culture, you will see two hunters hunting. Connected to them, you will also see what goes on in the camp back at home. Also in that area is a replica of the Stranahan House and Trading Post. Trading posts were very important during the later half of the 1800s into the early 1900s. There's a nice small little gallery that shows what the roles of women and men were in the marriage ceremony. Other things you would see is the large canoe. In our largest center gallery, you would see everyone getting prepared to go on a trip. You'd also see at the heart of that camp is a campfire. Another gallery you would see is the Green Corn Ceremony Gallery. This is an important rite that many Seminoles still honor today. We talk a little bit about what happens there in some of our panels. What we like to tell people is that it's not a secret, but it is sacred. Across from the Green Corn Ceremony is actually a stickball game. It's a very important warrior culture, so the men need to be good and strong warriors, but they need to know when to be warriors. Stickball in a lot of cultures is often referred to as war's little brother. Besides our permanent galleries, we have a few temporary galleries that change a couple times a year. We have one gallery called the Mosaic Community Art Gallery, and that actually reflects what Seminole artists are doing, and also there are two schools, Pamayata and Mahaka up in Brighton, and the Afachki School here on the Big Cypress Reservation. We like to show what different Seminole artists are doing, and the kids' work in particular tends to be really amazing. We often have people come by and say, wait, how old are they? And they're making that? So that's always fun to see. We have what we call the West Gallery, and that's a themed gallery. It runs everything from cultural aspects like patchwork, which is also artistic. We have a beadwork show that's another artistic representation of culture, and historical themes like exploring aspects of the Seminole War. Besides the exhibit space, we also have a boardwalk area. It's about 1 mile long, and out there you can experience the actual Everglades the way that the Seminoles know it. In that area there are ceremonial grounds and there's a traditional village. That village is also an arts and crafts village where you can meet tribal members who are selling their crafts. One of our newest features is a hunting camp. And we have a tribal member who likes to show and share with people what a traditional hunting camp would have looked like.
I've created and still working on a hunting/fishing camp, and that's the location that some of our warriors and braves would set out to go and do their hunting or fishing. The construction was brief and quickly because you weren't going to reside there for a long time depending on how big the village was. So once that was established, they would set up a cooking chiki, like a kitchen, and it was always built like this. The one side would face the east and the other side would face the west. And the lean-to was preferred by the gentlemen because it was easy to construct. I have some hides here that are on display. The deer is our staple meal because not only was it nourishment, but it also offered tools.
One of the other important parts about having a museum for the tribe and for the council is having a place where we can store safely and keep objects and archives. And that can range anything from modern paintings and artistic expressions from tribal members to important papers and documents from the 1700s and 1800s that reflect European interaction with the Seminoles. One of the things that I think is very unique to the Seminole Tribe of Florida is how important documenting and acquiring new oral histories are. It's a culture that likes to share its traditions with its younger generations through stories. And so it's very important that we capture different stories, different people's lives through oral histories. So we actively acquire them on a regular basis. We want people to understand that this is a living, vibrant culture. It's a very adaptable culture, and it has a long, proud history here in Florida. We wanted people to understand the connection between the Seminoles in the 1890s through the 1910s and the modern counterpart of what they're doing today, the different ways they carry that tradition forward.
Living in harmony with the earth, our ancestors and my grandparents and their grandparents and so forth, they had brought that down with them, and the integrity has always been there, and it's a challenge to carry on that tradition. I understand, so that's why I come out here in hopes of being a small tool for them to see and say, you know what, maybe I can do that too. So that's why I take great pride in it, and I hope our kids can see what it really means and to carry on that heritage.
From Big Cypress, we head north to a greenway that connects Floridians and visitors to hundreds of miles of paths less traveled.
Well, the whole history of the Greenway started amazingly over 450 years ago when King Philip II of Spain and Pedro Menendez, who founded St. Augustine, started writing in their journals back and forth about finding a water route across the upper Florida Peninsula. Work really began in earnest in the 1930s. During the Great Depression, they started a sea level ship canal to put people to work. They had at the peak in the mid-1930s over 8,000 people working and digging primarily by hand. And so we have a unique series, over a dozen what we call ship canal diggings that are 40 or 50 foot high berms on either side of these low rectangular diggings they did, anywhere from 1/4 of a mile to 2 miles long. After a couple of years, funding ran out. There were concerns about saltwater intrusion into the Floridan aquifer, our drinking water source, because of a sea level canal project. So then during World War II, when German U-boats were sinking shipping off the coast, that's when what are called the canal boosters, the people who lobbied politically to get funding and to get a canal built, they ended up saying, we need this canal for national defense. No funding was forthcoming until the 1960s when John Kennedy became president to actually build a lock and dam barge canal. The barge canal got started after John Kennedy was assassinated. President Lyndon Johnson flew into Palatka and blew up a pile of dirt, actually at Road Heavers Boys Ranch over on the St. Johns River. There's not a barge or anything there. We've got the lock that was built, Buckman Lock, and it connects from the St. Johns River to the Ocklawaha River and Rodman Reservoir on the eastern end of the project. And then on the western end of the project, they dug inland from about 10 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico, and then 8 miles inland from the mouth of the canal to where the Inglis Lock is, and that connects to Lake Russo, which was a pre-existing reservoir that was built in the early 1900s to provide hydroelectric power for the phosphate mining boom that occurred in Dunellen in the late 1890s and early 1900s. The state of Florida established a ship canal authority, and they were the liaison with the federal government in getting first the ship canal project and later the barge canal projects completed. There were actually 6 counties along the canal route, and they were going to have their own port authorities, and so they ended up all 6 counties levied taxes on themselves, ad valorem taxes, that raised the funds that were then used to purchase the lands by the canal authority, the state agency, and then they would transfer the lands to the federal government to actually build the canal project. The barge canal was deauthorized officially by Congress and matching legislative language by the state. In the early 1990s, it ended up the state agreed to pay back those 6 counties approximately $32 million for the 60+ thousand acres of lands and waters that had been acquired to build the canal project. Marjorie Harris Carr, who the Greenway is named after, was known, typified in the periodicals of the time as a housewife from Micanopy, but she was actually a PhD biologist, had studied at the University of Florida. But Marjorie basically in the late 1960s saw the environmental impacts of the barge canal and felt like this was something in her own backyard and she needed to try to do something about it. So she ended up galvanizing a lot of the brain power at UF and used them to help fight the environmental battle to help stop the barge canal project. And that went on into the early 70s when the project was ultimately stopped by an executive order by President Nixon in 1971 that ceased all activities on completing the canal. Basically, the political momentum for the project had waned by that point, and even the people who supported completing the canal saw it wasn't going to get finished over time, realizing it needed to evolve and turn into a giant conservation and recreation corridor. The Greenway is different than a typical state park in that being on average a mile wide, 100+ mile long corridor from the Gulf of Mexico to the St. Johns River, we have about 50 different designated access points that vary from boat ramps on the rivers and reservoirs and at the Gulf on the barge canal to 4 different campgrounds we maintain and operate. And we also have 300+ miles of equestrian, hiking and mountain biking and paved trails, probably a greater diversity of recreation than any other park in the state. It's also at over 71,000 acres, one of the largest parks in the state. And last fiscal year, we had estimated visitation of almost 3 million people, which makes it the busiest and most visited park in the state of Florida as well. The mountain biking area at Santos is actually internationally recognized by the International Mountain Bike Association as a bronze ride center, and a lot of people think mountain biking in Florida sounds pretty bizarre, but there's some old rock quarries there near the Santos trailhead, and there's one in particular called the Vortex that's really well known. It's a whole different segment of mountain biking besides cross-country trail where you can go and jump, but there's different levels where you can learn and build your skill progression. It's all right there, and then that all connects to the 80+ miles of cross-country trails that we have. The I-75 land bridge was supposed to be the first of its kind in the United States. It was designed in the late 90s, working with our partners at FDOT, and they funded the project to connect the 2 halves of the Greenway on either side of I-75. So if you're driving along I-75 and you get south of Ocala and State Road 200 exit, you'll see a bridge, an interesting bridge.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
Connector.
Reminded of our ancestors being in bondage, and that every time we see the name Robert E. Lee, it won't traumatize us into asking and thinking the question, who cares about us? I want to talk about further pieces of information to help the decision-making process of the name changing of Robert E. Lee High School. As I learned information about a high school teacher who was suspended because she had a Black Lives Matter banner above her door displaying her First Amendment, the freedom of speech, I asked the question, if she had it on display for so long, why take it down now? As we stand in this room, there has been growing up tension around us. It is disheartening that the admin is so ready to take a Black Lives Matter banner down without votes or others' opinions, but we can't do the same for the name changing of the school full of traumatic history. We ask boldly but kindly, stop playing games, change the name. I appreciate you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Next, we will have Avery Bleck, followed by Mary Warren.
Hello, my name is Avery Black, and I'm speaking today on behalf of a newly created activism group called This Isn't Us. Today, not only are we again discussing the name changing of Robert E. Lee High School, we also come here to talk about the suspension of a teacher. This teacher was recently suspended, and a Black Lives Matter flag hanging outside of her classroom was removed. DCPS has said that there is a further investigation of her conduct. What conduct? The conduct of going above and beyond for her students, the conduct of creating a nonprofit organization that serves the youth of this community, or the conduct of showing up for students both in and out of the classroom. EVAC and this teacher has helped so many students in ways we may never understand. That's why we must use our voices to stand with the teacher, to stand with the students, to reinstate this teacher in EVAC, and to change the name. It bothers me that the name of this school is still not changed when we have students that attend this school and students that don't, demanding this name to be removed. The students of the currently named Robert E. Lee High School do not want this name on their records and do not want to graduate with their name on their records. I do not understand why the alumni are getting just as much, if not more, of a say of whether or not the name stays or goes. Additionally, we have emailed the principal and school board telling them why we want this change, asking them if Black lives even matter to them, but we are yet to hear back from them. Standing here today is helpful, but not the only thing we can do to help. So I encourage everyone to continue to email the school board, get others to email, and keep speaking up, and keep the pressure on for as long as it takes.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Next, we'll have Mary Warren, followed by Hugh Blanton.
Hello, my name is Mary Warren. I speak as a resident of Avondale, actually quite close to Robert E. Lee High School. We can hear their band in our yard when they're outside practicing. It's a delight. And I speak today also as a grandmother of two high school age children. And I speak in favor of changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. It was named back in the days of segregation, and currently the student body is 72% Black. I think it's insensitive and wrong to ask them to attend a school that's named for a person who fought in a war to maintain slavery. Those were their ancestors. I think it's wrong, and I speak in favor of changing that name. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Next, we will have Hugh Blanton, followed by Pat Gear.
Board members, superintendent, I want to thank especially the board members who have been coming to the community meetings. I've attended several of them myself. I appreciate your listening to the community, listening to all of our comments. They have been long. One I know lasted almost 4 hours. But, I don't remember anybody running out, and y'all are paying attention to the community. The community appreciates that. The school board is potentially and will consider changing the names of several schools. Some of these schools have long legacies, a couple of them almost 100 years old. These are rich legacies, legacies of graduates, contributions to this community, to the state, and to the country. And the individuals for whom these schools were named also have rich legacies. Fortunately for you, my time is limited, and I won't go into all of them. But Robert E. Lee in particular was a man who served as an educator. He was lauded by Presidents Eisenhower, Roosevelt, Prime Minister Winston Churchill for his military prowess, and he's recognized for what he did as an educator and as a peacemaker after the war. When men had recently been killing each other, literally, his goal when the war was over was to facilitate peace and peace between warring factions. He was successful with this. I think that's a great inspiration for young people. I would also call your attention to the Ribaud column behind you in the painting. Jean Ribaud was a brave explorer who came to this country, faced unknown challenges, a very courageous man. These school names give our students an opportunity to understand our values because we respect courage, we respect honor, we respect accomplishment. These names allow people to explore the history of this country. In particular, as I said, with Jean Ribaud, the facsimile Ribaud column is still standing at Fort Caroline today. This is a great opportunity. There's been a lot of bad history cited at these community meetings and also here today. You all have a difficult decision to make. I, as a member of this community, would encourage you to take advantage of the resources that have been listed. There have been books presented as resources. Read them. The videos that have been produced, the videos are well done. Watch the videos. Learn history. Don't get your history from the revisionists who would project things to you by presenting things in their narrative to support their ideologies. I would ask that you look at the resources you are presenting and providing before you make any important decisions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Blanton, please state your name for the record.
Hugh Blanton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanton. Next, we'll have Pat Gear, followed by John Warren.
Good evening, Chairman Anderson. Thank you for having us, board members, and Dr. Green, thank you for being here. My name is Pat Gear. I'm a graduate of 1967 Robert E. Lee class. And I want to talk a little bit about how this started and the evolution we went through as far as all of the meetings. It started because it was, quote, time for a change. I don't believe it's time for a change. And we went through the 5 sessions, the community meetings, and a lot of you were there, board members, and you got to witness some of the things that went on during those meetings. As an alum of the school, we tried to keep all of our comments reasonable, factual, and took care in what we said. That was not necessarily the case in all of the meetings. As you can tell, I'm kind of been around a while. I was here in the 60s. I was here when my parents wouldn't let me go downtown because of the race riots. A lot of the folks in the room did not experience that. They experienced what they're being told by the folks who want to make this a big deal. I don't think it's as big a deal. I think the students, if it had started from the students and not by activist groups, I might be more interested in listening, but it wasn't. It was started by adults. We're the ones that have to take care of this situation. I urge each of you to listen to what the community votes, even though it's not called votes now, but listen to that. Mike Hogan's group is going to treat it as if it's an election. Treat it that way. Listen to what the community members, the alumni, all of those who are supposed to be able to vote, listen to what they have to say and make a good decision and think about the kids. And I don't think Mr. Fagans and these faculty at Lee are teaching these students what we witnessed in some of these community meetings. If it was, I would be shocked that that's being taught in the schools. I went to Lee, I enjoyed it. It made me, I'm a high school graduate. I hate to say that, but I'm a high school graduate, and it made it possible for me to have a career in the military, a career in outside in corporate America, and it made me so that my son and I could have a small business. And it's all because of Robert E. Lee High School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gear. Next, we'll have John Warren, followed by Nancy Stotts.
Good evening. My name is John Warren, and I live walking distance from Lee High School. When we moved here about 6 years ago, we met Amy Donofrio and a number of the Lee students who are in the EVAC program when they spoke at our TEDx Jacksonville conference to over 750 people. It was a very impressive talk from Amy and those students. The following year, a group of those EVAC students got to go to Washington, D.C. and meet President Barack Obama in person and shake his hand, an honor I can only imagine and never had happen in my life. And the year after that, a group of those students were honored by Harvard University. I believe that it is wrong to ask a 70% black student body to enter a building that is named for a slave-owning Confederate general. I believe these students, the students of today, have the right to choose a name that will make them proud today and in their future. I believe in these students. I honor these students. I trust these students to do the right thing and change the name. Now is the time to make that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Next, we'll have Nancy Stotts, followed by Judy Shecklin.
I just want to remind everyone as you come up, please refrain from referencing any specific individuals in your comments.
Good evening, School Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Wait till I tell my husband I got to see Urban Meyer. He's going to be so jealous. And congratulations to Dr. Green again. I'm not going to rehash any of the history we've all been through school, it seems like. But I would just like to reiterate that words matter. a lot, and intention matters a lot. And how you say something and what you do really matters. And I struggle with the question, what is the intent of naming a school after Robert E. Lee? And I think it's anything less than for intimidation and to prop up something that doesn't deserve that is the only conclusion I can come to. But it's heartbreaking to think that young minds that should be focused on learning and focused on feeling good about themselves is a critical time in people's emotional development, and for them to have to process that intent and come out on the other side of it, I think for people who are here to advocate for these students, there is only one answer. I would just like to also say, in terms of the funding, I think Chairman Anderson made it clear that the funding would not come from the half-cent sales tax. And my sincere belief, and I have good reason to believe, that once a decision was made, there would be a huge amount of potential support out there to see this through. So I do hope that you consider making the right choice. And just thank you for all you do day in and day out. We all appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stotts. Now we'll have Judy Shecklin, followed by Juanita Powell-Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Judy Shecklin, and as a stakeholder in this community, I retired from Duval County as a school counselor, worked in many schools for over 35 years. My son went through the schools, and now I have a granddaughter who's getting ready to start. So I feel quite much like a stakeholder. And as she's getting ready to start, we're of the Jewish faith. I think, what would it be like if the school she was getting ready to enter was Adolf Hitler School? How would my family feel about that? My father's family was born and left Warsaw, Poland. There were death camps, and it evokes memories of lost relatives. And the pain, I think, that people feel now who are attending Lee and the other schools named for Confederate generals would be echoed by my experience. In Germany, they don't consider naming monuments or schools for former Nazis, for people who committed genocide and committed atrocities. I would hope that our community would have the wisdom and the courage to make the difficult decision to change these names. And I know you're tasked with a difficult decision with so many different factions in our community. But I hope you think about what the experience is of students who are having to go to a school that has such painful memories of atrocities that have been conducted to their ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shecklin. Now we'll have Juanita Powell-Williams, followed by Claudia Liner.
Madam Superintendent, Madam Chair, other board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Juanita Powell-Williams. I'm a resident of the San Marco area. I attended public schools here as well as high school here. I moved away, but I returned, and I'm glad I did. I'm here as the Vice President of the Jacksonville Area Now organization for women, and I'll read our statement. Jacksonville Now Organization for Women supports changing the names of Duval County schools that honor Confederates. As an organization that is committed to equality and justice, Jacksonville Now stands firmly for changing all school names that honor Confederate ideology. Names matter. Schools should not be named for those who supported enslaving other human beings. Forcing students, teachers, and staff to participate in an institution that celebrates a history of victimization and pain is cruel and in and of itself unjust. Schools must respect and reflect the diversity and history of the community. Changing the names of these schools sends the message that our community opposes racism and acknowledges the harmful memories that these names evoke. We must change the names of these schools. And I would like to comment that the Confederacy was composed of insurrectionists seeking to overthrow the Union. Their goal was to fight for the right to buy and sell human beings, to be used to create and sustain wealth of the slaveholders. Those Confederate men, which the schools we seek a name change for, were named. Keeping the Confederate names affiliated with our public schools gives them prominence in our history. As someone who mentioned during our presence outside said today, there are no statues of Adolf Hitler or Nazis in Europe. I urge you to be the change agents that history will applaud for doing the right thing. If not now, when? Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now we'll have Jill Liner, followed by Emma Martinez.
Hi, my name is Claudia Liner. The name Robert E. Lee represents the many years of suffering that these Black and brown students' ancestors had to endure, as well as all of the stereotypes and hate the African American community went through and still goes through every day. This name shows that Black lives do not matter to DCPS. Would you have to see your family sold off to start to understand how horrific this man really was? The school name should represent the students who attend the school, not a racist Confederate general who treated their ancestors as objects. By having this name on the high school, we are giving Robert E. Lee the recognition that he will never deserve. Change the name.
Thank you, Ms. Liner. Next, we'll have Emma Martinez, followed by Reginald Blunt.
I'm Jill Liner. Today I'm here to speak on why I believe...
Wait.
You skipped me. It was Jillian. It was Claudia Liner, then Jill. And then you said...
Yeah, we called Jill Liner.
Yeah, but when you said said Claudia Liner and she came up, but then you skipped her name when it was her turn to speak.
I said Claudia?
It was Claudia, then Jillian on the thing, and Claudia went, and then...
I don't have that. Oh, did I do that?
Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Today I'm here to speak on why I believe the school name Robert E. Lee should change. Robert E. Lee was a Confederate general, and he was fighting to keep slaves. He was racist, and he was fighting against the United States. The vast majority of students who attend Lee are Black students, so the school should not be named after someone who wanted to keep their relatives enslaved. Why are you so afraid of change? Lee and his racist friends lost the war. We should not honor someone who not only lost, but fought to keep slavery. A principal who asked a teacher to take down a flag was video recorded weeks ago during a Black Lives Matter march at Lee High School, and he said, I quote, "I always want to make sure our students have a voice, and we want to listen to them and make sure they are always heard. Now is your chance to listen to the students and support them in changing the name. It's not cancel culture, it's accountability. You are being called out for your racism, and it's embarrassing. Change the name."
Thank you to the other Ms. Liner. Thank you. Next, we'll have Emma Martinez, then followed by Reginald Blunt.
My name is Emma Martinez. I am here today in favor of the name change of Robert E. Lee High School. The retaliation of the request of the changing of such a racist school name has revealed the deep white supremacist roots that persist and act as just one of the clear reasons for why the name must change. The children and individuals that attend Robert E. Lee High School, 70% of which are Black, are the future of Jacksonville and the United States, and have banded together to express their passion for change towards equality, and we have to listen and amplify their voices. The white supremacists fighting the name change have never experienced the blatant racism, microaggressions, systemic racism, lack of representation, and more that Black, Indigenous, people of color, and students face every single day. In fact, they are part of the system upholding such hatred and oppression, and I encourage them to look into the negative impacts of modern-day racism that they are contributing to. The excuse of funding against the name change is a complete disregard towards the students that attend the school and are impacted negatively by the racist name. The resilience, dedication, and passion that I have seen in young activists at Robert E. Lee and other schools is admirable and courageous, especially when they are fighting face-to-face against racist and white supremacy at such young ages. In order to even begin to dismantle and abolish the systems of white supremacy in Jacksonville and the United States, we have to change the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next, we'll have Mr. Reginald Blunt, followed by Dana Pummel.
Thank you, School Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Reginald Blunt. I want to give a quick story that's relevant to the school board and their decision-making process. One day there were two women who had obviously slept in the same place, and there was a baby. When they woke up, those two women claimed that baby, and they were upset about it. They were then taken to the king, who looked at the whole situation, and he said, both of you women are claiming this to be your baby. So the king made a decision. Since both of you are claiming it, and I can't tell which one the baby is, I will take the baby. He put it on the mantle, got the sword, and said, I will cut it in half and give each part of the baby to you. And one woman said, no, don't do this. Give the baby to her. And the king said, you are the mother, because only a loving mother would give her child away rather than have it killed. I say this because, school board members, you're in a place where you're going to have to make a very, very wise decision. And King Solomon made a very wise decision. And I commend your position and how hard it is to come to this, because it seems like this issue is really tearing our community apart. As I have said before, I am not particularly for the name change or against the name change. But what I am concerned about is our young people. And I'm talking to the young people right now. After the name change, if it changes, what's the way forward? If the name doesn't change, what's the way forward? We get them spun up into this protest, fight for this, fight for that, and it's good. Protest is good, or a lot of us wouldn't be here. But I want the young people after this to critically think, where do you go from here? We have a lot of people in this community who have been very successful despite racism and names of schools. We had a black police chief, a black mayor. We had black professional football players. We have black school board members, black NAACP, black professors, black teachers. Ask these people, young people, how did you do it? How did you become successful in spite of racism? Because something happened where they became very successful. And this is not negative, people. This is positive. Young people, I challenge you that after this is over, challenge those people that have you in your emotional feelings, and you start critically thinking about the way forward after this. I hope that you all make the best decision that will keep this community together. If I had my choice, I would give it a name and be done with it, a number and be done with it. Because it won't satisfy both sides, but at least no one's standing up and cheering for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Next, we'll have Dana Pummel, followed by Tim Miller.
Thank you. My name is Donna Lee Pummel, and until recently, I was an ESE school teacher here in Duval County. So my primary concern, of course, is for the children. I did understand that the name change would be funded by the people who wanted the name changed, but I may have missed something there. I feel that my major concern here is where we're putting our children. We're putting our children in an emotional war zone, and I think that's wrong. I think that the feelings of our children should be taken into consideration, but I also think that our children should be willing to earn the money, make the money to get what they want. And I'd be willing to support that. And I think a lot of people here would be willing to support that. Children shouldn't be tossed back and forth like this. They shouldn't be made to feel if they agree with their mom, they're wrong. If they agree with their dad, they're wrong. This is not what we're here for, people. We're here to educate our children, and our children are in desperate need of technology, of supplies in our classrooms. We don't have what we need in our classrooms, and I can tell you that because I was just in the classrooms. I resigned in January. And part of the reason I resigned in January was because our funds are not going where they need to go. We need to pay attention to the needs of our children. We're here to educate our children, not to fight, bicker back and forth like preschoolers. We should set an example for our children, encourage them to work for what they want, and help them to get it, whatever it is. But our primary concern needs to be to provide our children with what they need to avail themselves of the best education in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palmel. Next, we'll have Tim Miller, followed by Hope McMath.
Good evening. My name is Tim Miller. Change the subject a little bit. It's Autism Awareness Month. And as a parent of an autistic child, that's obviously very, very near and dear to my heart. I know the board and the administration has a large number of very important, very critical decisions and things that are going on right now. But through all of this, we need to make sure that we keep the focus on the education, because that is the purpose of the school system. And part of that focus needs to be making sure that our ESC kids don't fall through the cracks. Testing season is starting across the district. It's a crazy time. Kids are spending a lot of time testing, and in many cases, in many schools, that means ESC support people are pulled. They're pulled to provide testing services, sometimes to non-ESC students, which should not be happening, but it does. During this time, frequently, kids don't get all the services and accommodations they're entitled to under their 504 and IEPs. That is not right. We have a moral and legal obligation to ensure that these kids get the services they need, not to try to get them ahead, but to level the playing field. That's the idea of an IEP, is to level the playing field, to give these kids the same opportunity that everyone else has, to help them overcome their disabilities. We wouldn't say it's testing season, so if you're in a wheelchair, you can't use your wheelchair, right? It's the same thing. It's not a wheelchair, it's an additional service, it's an additional combination. We have to ensure those are still there. One of the things that's brought to my attention on a regular basis this time of year is when kids are tested. General ed kids are normally tested in the morning because most studies say that's a better time for testing. The kids are more alert, more aware. ESC kids are generally tested after them, partly because, yes, they have to group them into accommodations and services, and it's more difficult. But we need to give those kids the same benefits of morning testing that we do the other kids. We need to make sure we level that playing field for them to give them the best chance to succeed in life, because it is a life and death situation for many of these kids. ASD kids have a very high rate of attempted suicide. I know that because my kid was talking about it years ago, and I had to deal with that. And we have to ensure these kids get the support they need so they can succeed and become productive members of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next, we'll have Hope McMath, followed by Dan Merkin.
Good evening. My name is Hope McMath. I'm a native of Jacksonville, a product of the public schools, and I've had a long career in education and the arts. What a lot of people don't know about me is that I'm also the heir of Confederates. I also have ancestors who fought to displace indigenous people from their lands, and I have 3 generations of enslavers who, as of my most recent research of just A couple weeks ago, my family owned over 240 human beings. This is part of my past. It's part of our past, our dark and violent past. To know it and to learn from it is paramount in us creating a more equitable and just world. But that does not mean we should revere it, celebrate it, or honor it. We need to reckon with it and reject the white supremacy that has hampered us for over 400 years. I can appreciate being from the South while also working to undo the harms done by my ancestors. I can love where I live while also reviling the consistent racism that beats through our community. But I believe we can do better, and changing these names is one step on a march towards racial reconciliation. And it's the right thing to do, and it's happening in a flood of resolve across this country. Of the 190 schools named for Confederates, 36 of those have changed just since January of 2020, and 19 of those had been named for Robert E. Lee. So it's going to happen. But what side of history are we going to be on? I have the pleasure of working as the curator at the Holocaust Memorial Gallery here in Jacksonville, and my work at Yellow House centers Black, brown, and queer people. And this question about what side of history will we be on is asked regularly. The concept of being a bystander, a perpetrator, or are we going to be somebody who resists and takes risk to redeem our humanity? This matters, especially at a time in which we are all reckoning again with the murder of George Floyd. If this is really about education and centering our youth, this should already be a done deal. We do know better, so we really do need to do better. With the current students at these schools, those are the people that I stand with. They are majority Black, and they are asking for this change. And I feel like for all of us, that should be enough. And though there is a community vote going on, I don't think that needs to take priority. No great journey towards human rights was ever put up for a public vote. The ADA, LGBTQ rights, women's rights to vote, and the Civil Rights Act. So let's finish the work of those whose shoulders we stand on and change the names of these schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMath. Next, we'll have Dan Merkin, followed by Van Guyton.
Hello, Dan Merkin. I'm here to speak in favor of changing the names of the schools, especially those named after Confederates. I live in a district that feeds into Lee High School, and I've lived in Jackson now for 22 years, and I previously lived for a brief time on the west side, and I went to those hearings to change the name of Forest High School, which was at the time around 2006 when I lived there. And I encourage this board not to do what the school board at that time did, which is they didn't take the recommendation of the Forest CAC, and they had recommended change the name back in 2006, and the school board did not act. So it took another several years before they finally changed the name to Westside High School. So it feels like deja vu all over again, to quote Yogi Berra, that we're still fighting this fight. And I can tell you, we're going to continue to fight this until we just change the names, because the controversy is not going to go away. The only way you can solve the problem is by changing the names. And so, you know, having done this now for, coming to these things for 15 years, it's just really mind-boggling that we're still in this place and time. I can tell you from my perspective, I come from this from a human rights perspective. I've been a 20-year advocate for LGBT youth in the community. I can't imagine what it's like for a young person to go into a school and the first thing they walk in the door is to see a name of a person that has such an oppressive history. So, we need to build places that are welcoming to all, that are inclusive and diverse, and we have a moment now to think not about the past, but our future. This is the time when we can think about what we want to see going forward, so that hopefully someday in the future, these young people who are graduating now they can look back in 25 and 50 years and be proud that they went to a school that reflected their values and who they were. We can't hold on to that past from 150 years ago any longer. So I just, again, encourage you to change the names and to remember that, these decisions will impact many, many communities. But first and foremost, let's center it around the youth and make sure that we make decisions that put them in the forefront, and that would be changing the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merkin. Next, we'll have Mr. Van Gaten, followed by Patricia Muniz.
Superintendent and board, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Van Gaten. I live on the south side here in Jacksonville. I am a pastor and professor. And it's a pleasure to be with you and to consider this issue. Brothers and sisters, Dr. Martin Luther King wrote a book called Where Are We Going From Here? All over the globe, there is a movement for freedom. To use the Frenchman Victor Hugo's phrase, we are living with the realization of an idea whose time has come. Charles Reagan Wilson wrote a book called Baptized in Blood, The Religion of Lost Cause. The Confederate States' motto is, just as the Apostle Paul preached truth and was persecuted, and Jesus proclaimed the truth and was killed for it, but rose from the dead, the South will rise again. The United Daughters of the Confederacy have put up monuments to many Confederate leaders throughout the South in celebration of the ultimate victory that will come by the will of God. In their catechism, the daughters stated that the South fought for the right to keep their slaves. The annual parades are in honor to their cause. They believe that God ordained for the white man to rule over the black man and over all men. This is called white supremacy. America has not discerned the theological difference between the subjects of race and slaves in the Bible. Blacks, after a long Herculean struggle for freedom, have a motto: ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. The Confederate names of the schools are offensive, insulting to black Americans and some white Americans. Why would blacks go to schools that bear the name of Confederate leaders? We understand that although the Union won the war and we were set free from slavery, the compromise between white America, North and South, was that even though blacks are free, they are not our equal. Whites are superior and blacks are inferior. That is white supremacy. Dr. King said, nothing could be more tragic than for men to live in these revolutionary times and fail to achieve the new attitude and the new mental outlooks that the new history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through the periods of social change like Rip Van Winkle. Arnold Toynbee has said that some 26 civilizations have risen from the face of the earth, and they have failed.
Thank you, Mr. Gaten.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Patricia Muniz, followed by Kimberly Allen.
I'm Patricia Muniz, and I just wanted to say that I also think it's really mind-boggling that this is something that we even have to discuss. I think equality in schools should be a priority of Duval County Public Schools, and right now it doesn't really seem like it's a priority, as they try to silence black and brown individuals that attend Duval County Public Schools and those who stand in solidarity with them.
Let me remind you, like others have stated, that 70% of the students that attend Robert E. Lee High School are not white, and it is critical that we hear and listen to the students and make changes that will make them more comfortable in their learning spaces. So please change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muniz. Next, we'll have Kimberly Allen, followed by Seaver Newsom III.
Apparently, I don't like hand sanitizer. Good evening. I'm Kimberly Allen, CEO of 90 Forward. Jacksonville has made national news, but not for our greatness or not for our potential, but because some of the resistance to the name change has been so viciously and racially charged and against our children. I don't know about you, but I don't want that to be my legacy, nor the legacy of our city. Our legacy should be that we have taken the difficult and necessary steps to arrive at racial healing. And that starts with an unvarnished recognition of our true history. That starts with our youth leading the way, and that starts by changing the names that are on those buildings. This is but one step of many that our city needs to take to bring about reconciliation, and the education sector has the opportunity to lead that path forward. After all, what kind of city would our children inherit if we continue to celebrate an oppressive history at their expense? How will we draw them back to reinvest in our community once they graduate high school? What companies will we attract if we continue to be on the wrong side of history? What opportunities will we be able to offer our children if we miss the chance to get it done this time? So I'm not willing to use my power to have a marginalized group of students who are trying to use their voice the way that we all should try to use our voice. And I'm not willing to gamble with their futures or their humanity. Instead, let's make national news for recognizing our past but honoring our children's futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Next, we'll have Seaver Newsom III, followed by Wells Todd.
Hello, my name is Seaver Newsom III. I was born and raised in Jacksonville, went to Lake Forest Elementary, Reball Junior High School, and graduated from William Marion Raines High School, 1974. I'm a veteran, as was my father. His 5 sons fought for the Confederacy, and I'm proud of them. They did not own slaves. Why has the March 3rd school board meeting video not been published? And the March 25th meeting at Lee High School, it's not been posted. Why? I guess you do not want people to see how embarrassing it was. Please tell me, when did the students take control of school policies in Jacksonville? When I was in school, the adults were in charge. Why are we even at this point? Why is this happening? Because the North Side Coalition that's intimidated and made a lot of you scared. They continue with their threats and intimidation in front of the school board building. This is what they do. I will tell you this. The people are mad at this. The vast majority of the citizens do not want the school name changed. A poll done by Action New Jacks, 78% said no to changing the school names. Listen to them. Listen to the people. You will find this out if you change them. When you run for re-election, you will be challenged. And when you are seen in public, you will be shamed. This will be your legacy forever. The people will hold you accountable for lying about the halves and sales tax, for infrastructure, and wasting more than $4 million on changing the school names. But it does not have to be that way. Stand up and have courage and just say no. All of you are educated. Let's see if you know where this quote came from. Every
We're going to go ahead and get started. If everyone can find a seat, please. The School Board of Duval County is now reconvened. It looks like we have this ongoing audio and video problem that keeps occurring where our audio is dropping out about every 45 minutes. So we are going to do our best to keep this moving along. I think we're about maybe almost half?
Yeah.
Almost halfway through comments this evening. So thank you all so much for your patience. Thank you all for your engagement, for being here, and for engaging in such respectful dialogue. We appreciate your comments, and for everyone that's joining us virtually as well. Mr. Todd, I believe you are up.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Is this mic working?
It is.
Okay. I've been before you before regarding the name change of Nathan Bedford Forrest, and also to talk about how history is taught in our schools. I've heard a lot of comments tonight, and what I've been experiencing here is two different histories of America. One is the truth, and one is the lost cause. The lost cause was a rewrite of Southern history. It was a rewrite of Southern history which brought in segregation for 100 years of this country. It was a rewrite that said slavery really wasn't that bad, and Africans didn't mind being slaves. But after the Civil War, the rewrite was the black brute, and all he wants to do is rape white women. Lynching started to prevent people from voting. Lynching started to intimidate and terrorize the African American community. And as we go through this process, we see Robert E. Lee as the battle cry for white supremacy in this country. It's all centered around Robert E. Lee. Charlottesville, the death of a young woman. This idea of Robert E. Lee being a savior. Robert E. Lee was a monster to people of color. Robert E. Lee absolutely stated that he believed black people were inferior and white people were superior. This is not abstract stuff here. These names and symbols told the African American community who was in charge. The terrorist acts that were carried out against the African American community were carried out with impunity. Thousands of people would gather to see a lynching that entailed burning a body before lynching it, and then filling it full of holes with guns, bullets, and leaving the body and daring anybody to come from the black community to pick it up. We have to change the names, and we have to start teaching the history of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Next, we'll have Mr. Elton Brown, followed by Martha Pumphrey.
Good evening, Superintendent, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. My name is Elton Brown, President of Local 2941, representing the hard workers of custodial and food services. And I'm here this evening to talk to you momentarily regarding the proposal for custodial services. You know, since the inception of the custodial services, since the inception of GCA being awarded the custodial services, it's gone through quite a few changes. The contract has either been sold, acquired, or merged with other companies, only to have a name change for at least 4 times. However, the irresponsibility of GCA ABM reducing work hours of employees, even during the height of the pandemic, shows disregard for the health and safety of the students and faculty of this district. Now here we are again with HES. HES has senior members of management who were also senior members of management with GCA ABM. They have found a way to skip through or circumvent the district's policy and are being considered now again. So I'm asking the board, excuse me, I'm asking the board if you would view your options before voting on the proposed recommendation for hiring them as the managing company of custodial services. And just to give you a quick snippet here, I received an email from one of the lead managers of the company. I'm not going to call the name, but like you said, hold off on that. But it says here, not sure if you remember me, but we negotiated a couple of contracts over the years while serving in Duval County Public Schools. I am now working with the new company and as you heard, that it has been awarded to this new company here, HES. Well, I look forward to reconnecting old ties. And to me, that symbolizes that nothing else has changed again except for the name. And I'm urging you to reconsider awarding them this contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next, we'll have Martha Pomfrey, followed by David Lawrence.
Hi, my name's Martha Pumphrey. My family's been in Jacksonville since 1906. I'm the 3rd generation graduating from Lee. I've had nephews, which are the 4th generation graduate from Lee. I am a Southerner. I was born into it. I can't change it, and I can't wipe it out. Have you seen the growth in Jacksonville? I really don't think people are not moving here because of the names of our high schools. But let's take the money that it's going to take to change the name of our schools. Let's teach academics and get the social agenda out. Teacher personal views should not be allowed in our schools. Teach kids history, how to handle money, economics, teach them to be responsible and accountable, and not to blame others for their failure. And teach them how to succeed and how to take pride in who they are. Let's teach our kids the true history and have them learn from our history and not wipe it out. Let's learn what was valuable about the men our schools are named after. Let's stop the racial divide and see ourselves as individuals who can succeed because of who we are and our abilities. Stop living in the past. There hasn't been slaves in the U.S. for almost 150 years. Let's move on. This is propaganda to wipe out the South, and it doesn't stop with the name of the schools. Let's keep the name of Robert E. Lee and all the other schools in Jacksonville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pomfrey. Next, we'll have David Lawrence, followed by Robert Lawrence.
So far from engaging in a war to perpetuate slavery, I am rejoiced that slavery is abolished. I believe it will be greatly for the interest of the South. So fully am I satisfied of this that I would have cheerfully lost all that I have lost by the war and have suffered all that I have suffered to have this object obtained. That's a quote from Robert E. Lee. Over the last several weeks, I've attended most of the meetings at Robert E. Lee High School. And I was proud listening to the current students that have come forward and talked, because I'm really interested in what they have to say about this. It should be about them. They should have a big voice in this. But I want those current students and I want y'all to understand where the alumni are coming from. I believe that the alumni and the current students are family. So don't think that by us wanting to change the name of the school that we are against the students at the school. On the contrary, the name of the school and that school are what connect us. I'm sorry someone made these people or these students that Lee High School is something to be ashamed of. I don't think it is. I love Lee High School. I, like a lot of people in this room, have a history with the school. I understand the other side's point of view, but please, I want them to try to understand our point of view. Lee High School students, past and present, have a bond, and that bond is Lee High School. It makes us sad because it seems that the people who came before them, that came before the current students, who helped create the traditions and the legacy of the school, no longer matter. And that is why we are here. I'd like to end with a poem that was written shortly after World War II by a Lutheran priest, a Lutheran pastor. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next, we'll have Robert Lawrence, followed by Miss Marcia. I don't have a last name.
Yeah, my name is Norman Abraham. Robert Lawrence asked me to take his time, if you don't mind.
I don't. Legal. To the chair, board policy doesn't allow you to accrue minutes from other speakers, so unless you submitted a speaker card, you can't speak.
This has been done before?
No, sir, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. If we have Miss Marcia. Oh, is he here? Oh. So Robert Lawrence, followed by Miss Marcia.
Good evening. Robert Lawrence, class of 1980. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys tonight. I've attended several SAC meetings over the past couple of months, and the football coach has been very concerned about the football field. It's in terrible condition. A lot of the student athletes risk being injured on that field, and I understand there's been a few visiting teams there that have asked for the game not to be played because of the potential danger. The football coach has done a lot of research, and he's really gone out of his way to try to fix the situation, and he has got a bid for about $11,000 to get it fixed. You guys don't have the money to pay $11,000 to help protect student athletes. Now you want to come up with over $2 million to change a name, which really has no effect. We know this because 7 years ago, you changed the name of Forest to Westside High. Had no effect on the academics of the students there. You lost alumni support, and it was paid for by tax dollars. You were told it was going to come from outside money. That did not happen. Now you're being told that again by the same people, and you're believing them. I don't believe it, and I really don't think y'all believe it either. You guys were elected to be good custodians of the taxpayer dollars. Being irresponsible by making this name change before you have the money in place is ludicrous. I'd also like to address something that was said earlier about companies coming into Jacksonville. I've been in commercial real estate for 25 years. Nobody's looking at the school names when they come to Jacksonville. There's plenty of businesses coming to town now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next, we'll have Miss Marcia. And if you could state your name for the record, Miss Marcia, when you come up, followed by Van Nostrand.
Hi, I'm Miss Marcia.
Can you state your last
I am
name?
a teacher,
Can you state your full name for the record?
Marcia Winard. I am a teacher. I taught 7 years at Jacksonville University. I've taught at FSCJ Northside. I've taught at Douglas Anderson School of the Arts. I've taught 5 years at the Don Brewer Early Learning Center downtown and absolutely loved it and would have continued had the program not been pulled. I'm hearing a lot today, and there's a lot of tension here. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of mention of race. Who are we, and why are we here? Are we black and white and Asian and Hispanic? We're Americans. We're people from Jacksonville. We're mothers and fathers and grandfathers. I'm not a mother personally, but I've taught hundreds of children. And now I have the privilege of teaching little toddlers music. All children. I love children. I love Lee High School. I'm very much in support of it. But what is our focus supposed to be here? Are we supposed to be here spending money on changing names? Is that really going to help these students? Is it? I wonder if Dr. King were here today, would his heart be broken by what he sees and hears here? Is that what he died for? Is that what Lincoln died for? Is that what Winston Birch, who's a graduate of Lee High School, very successful, highly tenured professor, African-American professor at Ivy League school, she didn't care about what the name was. I'm not discounting. I'm not black. I haven't suffered that. But I have an African-American brother-in-law. I have an Asian sister-in-law. I love them. It's not about race. It's not about names. We should be spending this money on the children's education. What's really going to help these kids? Like the African-American gentleman before, I don't remember his name, he mentioned this. Where do we go from here? Is this really helping the children? I'll help. I'll be glad to volunteer. I've lived in the area 22 years near Lee High School. Let's get our focus right. Let's not spend money where it shouldn't be. I think that's shameful. And we don't give kids always what they ask for. We give them what they need. Please, I beg you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marcia. Next, we'll have Van Nostrand, followed by Patty Price.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak to you this evening. My name is Roselle Van Nostrand, and I'm a member of the Northside Coalition, Take 'Em Down Everywhere. And I look forward to living in a city that embraces the diverse population we all see so clearly in Jacksonville. I look forward to living in a city that is cognizant of all the richness and gifts that comes with diversity. I would like the aging alumni, many of them my own age, to let us know where they chose to send their children and grandchildren to high school. Clearly, a majority white alum group is not participating in supporting their alma mater by sharing their pride and allegiance with their children. I'm assuming donations go to the abundance of private schools Jacksonville is so fond of, where their children attended. Where are the generations of students between your golden years in the 60s and 70s? I know that downtown Jacksonville is very fond of supporting private schools for their children and for high school students. And so when I see a majority of a white alumni against changing a name, but I see a majority of kids of color asking for change, asking us to step into 2021 so they can hold their heads up and be proud to live in a city that's forward-thinking. I mean, the whole country's moving. You know, I really would love to see Jacksonville get their feet out of the mud. Let's get going here. You know, it's shameful. It's embarrassing. It's just too much, man. You know, and I don't know where the generations of, you know, there's the alumni's children and their grandchildren, where they're going to school, because I don't see them here represented. We're missing, you know, the years of 80s and 90s and the 20s. Those kids aren't here. So anyway, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Von Nostrand. Next, we'll have Ms. Patty Price, followed by Leanne Gustavus.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. First, I must say it's ironic that Robert E. Lee High School has been around for 93 years, and now all of a sudden it's a big giant problem. That's a lot of students and a lot of ideas and issues that have come through those doors. Do y'all remember when kids were kicked out of school for long hair? That was a really big issue. Second, what has been the benefit of the students at the now named Westside High School? If this is really about the students, why are the students at Robert E. Lee excelling? They are excelling over and above the students throughout the county. They got over $13 million in scholarship money in 2020, and that's a record. Our class maybe got $1 million, if that was even a thing. I mean, so I understand we are moving forward, and we are moving forward in great ways. There's a lot of really good things happening at Robert E. Lee Senior High School right now, and a lot of the children live in the neighborhood. I get that. A lot of the children chose to go there because it's a really great school with a long history of academic and athletic excellence. The students at Westside High, for some reason, have been very stagnant. Those school grades are not going up through the ceiling since they have a new name. I don't understand, if this is a taxpayer issue, why are minors voting? And I also hope that in 200 years, the generation then looks back at our generation and says, oh my gosh, their government allowed and paid for abortion. They didn't believe that a beating heart was a living person. So I hope that as we look through the lens of slavery 200 years ago, I hope that our generation 200 years from now looks back at this generation and really shakes their head as to how in the world we allowed and paid for babies to be murdered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Next, we have, oh,
The person that left? Against the person she just left.
thank you, Ms. Price. Next is Leanne Gustavus, but she's not speaking. She is putting her name in the record in favor of changing the names. Next, we'll have Christine Hatfield, followed by Cindy Jorgensen.
Thank you for your time. Sorry. Hi, my name is Christine Hatfield. I've been a member of Duval in St. Johns County since '91, and I'm a proud member of Northside Coalition. I'm here today in continued support of the current student body to change the names of these schools. I've witnessed too many people stuck in a false past, trying to justify the naming of public schools after Confederates. This constant battle over which group has the best answer. It's time that we seek out and act on the correct answer, the right answer. It's time to stop looking at those, it's time to stop looking for those to blame and accept responsibility for today and our future. Every aspect of American culture, society, economics, and growth has profited or benefited from the Black community, period. Yet we still refuse to embrace that information, that history, and learn about this. Let me just say, this is not just about the Black community, but all of us who desperately need to overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. This is not cancel culture, this is correction. You say it is too expensive and not worth the money. I say the cost of these lies and the lack of accountability in this country has cost us more than we will ever understand. Many people just celebrated Easter, myself included. For those who did, I'd like to say this. When Christ said, "I was hungry and you fed me," or gave me drink, he didn't just mean bread and water. He also meant the hunger for love and acceptance, for purpose and unity. Christ himself experienced loneliness and was tossed aside by his own countrymen. He felt the pain of being an outsider, misunderstood, feared, and betrayed. He felt the emotional and physical pain that our black brothers and sisters feel every day in this country. It's in these moments that every human being is at their closest to Christ, for me personally. It's these moments that our lives truly connect and intersect. The only question left to ask is, how much longer will you continue to inflict this pain? When will you join with others to unite our nation and acknowledge and embrace all the stories that contributed to what is America? I tell you, the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Next, we'll have Cindy Jorgensen, followed by Ethan Evans.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Jorgensen. I live in Avondale, where my two grandsons will be graduating from Riverside High School in 7 years and 9 years. I am curious as to the choices regarding the stakeholders in this process. As a school board, isn't your mission concerned with the students of today, the students of tomorrow? As a proud retired educator in the public school system, I know that student success is based on progress, not on the memories of those of us who have had our glory days. We are all legends in our own minds. It's over. We are entitled to homecomings and memories shared with former classmates, but barring having kids or grandkids enrolled in a school or being directly involved in day-to-day student life, should we have a large say in this process? I'm a boomer. I'm 67 years old. I've had a great career, but the future is not mine. I would not for an instant think that I should be consulted in anything that has to do with St. Anthony of Padua School in Baltimore or South Carroll High School. My relevance only exists in my desire and duty to provide for the equitable quest for excellence in education for the kids of today and the future. The past is the past. I am sure when alumni of Penn State and Princeton get together, they are still having their good old times, despite the fact that all the money had to be spent on getting rid of the legacies of Joe Paterno and Woodrow Wilson. My friend in California called me a few weeks ago, aghast at the CNN feature about our schools. Is this how we want to be viewed nationally? As a school district that celebrates the people who would fight to keep the name of the man who would have kept 70% of the student body in the school enslaved? As you can tell, I support changing the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen. Next, we'll have Ethan Evans, followed by Ronald Rye.
My name is Ethan Evans. I'd like to begin by recounting an event that Robert E. Lee did in 1866 when he traveled to Washington, D.C. to address Congress. This was in front of a Reconstruction Committee in order to address the actions of the Confederacy and also to address his opinions on African Americans. One of the questions brought forward by Senator Jacob Howard said, "General, you are very competent to judge the capacity of black men for acquiring knowledge. I want your opinion on that capacity as compared with the capacity of white men." "I do not know that I am particularly qualified to speak on that subject," Lee replied, "but I do not think he is capable of acquiring knowledge as the white man is. Black people are an amiable social race. They will work briefly to earn their sustenance, but they aren't inclined to prolonged hard work. They like their ease and comfort." Congress is also debating a constitutional amendment granting black men the right to vote, and Representative Henry Blow of Missouri asked Lee his opinion of the idea. "My own opinion is that at this time they cannot vote intelligently," Lee said, and that giving them the right to suffrage would open the door to a great deal of demagogism. Considering that Lee was also a part of the Confederacy who fought to keep exploiting blacks for profit and was founded upon the very idea that blacks were inherently inferior to whites, is their ideology something that the Duval County School Board subscribes to by keeping these names on our schools? How exactly are today's students supposed to be intellectually inspired by the actions of white supremacists? Doesn't the vision statement of the Duval County School Board say that you aim to provide success for every student for college, career, and life? I think it's hypocritical to continue honoring the names of those that actively fought against your vision and your core values, and who truly believe that marginalized people didn't deserve to breathe the same air as them, simply based off their race. The moral choice, the correct choice, is to change the names of these schools. I urge you to uphold the voices of today's students who fight for equality, not the voices of bigots.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Next, we'll have Ronald Rye, followed by Joanne Brooks.
Hi, my name's Ron Rye. I was going to come in here and ask a couple questions, specifically of Mr. Jones. I wasn't sure how this meeting went. Now I know. I've sat here and I've listened. Many comments. I've heard 3 people mention what's really important in this whole discussion is education. And it's terrible in this community. It's horrible. Westside High is one of the worst schools in the state. Why are we not talking about education? Who cares about a name? Pride goes with the school. The school that I graduated from, I'll take that to my grave. I love that school. If they tried to change the name, I'd be very upset. I don't agree with this. We need to spend our money and time on what's important, and that's the students. This is ridiculous. It should have never been brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rye. Next, we'll have Joanne Brooks, followed by Chris Chandler.
This mic gets a workout, huh? Good evening to all. My name is Joanne Brooks, and I'm with the Northside Coalition. And I'd like to say this: why is a name important? The sense of personal identity and uniqueness that a name gives us is at the heart of why names interest us and why they are important to us as individuals and to our society as a whole. Public schools named to honor Confederates and those who committed acts of violence to Native Americans should be renamed. The first and foremost concern should be for the welfare and best interests of the students. Their self-esteem and their dignity should be the first priority. Black students should not be forced to attend a school named after people who fought to keep African Americans in chains. These schools named to glorify the enslavement and oppression of Black and indigenous people must be renamed in order to move our city forward. And we do pray that you will hear from God on making your final decision. And we thank you for each and every opportunity to stand before you. And we do hope and pray that our city will come together and not be so concerned about the division, but that we come together, even as you all make your final decision, that God will be proud of what we do in Jacksonville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Next, we'll have Chris Chandler, followed by Haley Moore.
Hi, my name is Chris Chandler, and of the many schools being renamed, let's examine 3 of them. Jean Ribaud, a great explorer for which our landing and a river are named, among others. Robert E. Lee, one of the greatest military minds of history. And President Andrew Jackson, our city's very namesake, and the greatest president our country has yet produced. What do these 3 men have in common? They lived at different times, fought in different conflicts, and had very different views and ideologies. However, these men are things that the degenerate communist left cannot stand. They are American heroes, role models even. But worst of all, they're of European descent. The unwashed rabble that clamor to erase their names today are not offended by what they did or what they stood for. They simply want to weaken us, to destroy forever the memory of our titans. And where does it end? Will we rename the river? Will we rename the city? Will we scour the very image of Andrew Jackson off of every manhole and park bench? I'll tell you, if we let madness and anarchy win here, it will never stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Next, we have Haley Moore, followed by Marshall Rollins. Is there a Haley Moore? Okay. We'll go with Marshall Rollins, followed by Stephen Davis.
I'm Marshall Clayton Rollison. I'm not going to spend my 3 minutes pointing out what a reckless and irresponsible waste of your constituents' money it would be to rename these schools, although I full-heartedly believe it is. Nor am I going to give you another reason why we shouldn't rename these schools. Instead, I'm going to tell you why we should have schools named after these men and why we should be proud to have such. First, I'm a graduate of Jacksonville University. My grandfather's alumni of Kirby Smith Middle in Jackson High. My grandmother's a graduate of Robert E. Lee. Moreover, I have over 100 years of family buried in this county. We have invested. Make no mistake, no group of veterans has ever defended this state and our communities more directly, more vigilantly, and with less financial incentives than the men whose names are inscribed in these schools and those who fought beside them. And for that reason alone, we should be more than proud to have our schools named after these heroes. But enough about war heroes. Let's talk about education. Many of these men were not just warriors. They were educators. Kirby Smith, on top of being a renowned professor at the University of the South, following the war, Kirby Smith was a lifelong mentor of Alexander Darnes, who later became the first black African-American doctor in Jacksonville history. Kirby Smith's mentorship here most certainly had a positive impact on Darnes' life and his contribution to Jacksonville. Darnes later in life described Kirby Smith as, quote, a generous, virtuous, Christian gentleman, a brave soldier with a benevolent turn of mind and a heart of a nobleman. Regarding Jefferson Davis, during the war, Davis and his wife adopted a 5-year-old black orphan named Jim Limbers, who they raised as their own after Davis's wife found the child under abusive guardianship. Regarding Lee, like the Lee who denied the greatest military position in the world in order to fulfill his duty to defend his state and communities, after the war, Lee was offered many prestigious and lucrative positions in both business and politics, both in this country and abroad. He turned down all this, though, in order to help and rebuild Washington College and can continue leading and educating young men as the college's headmaster. And Stonewall Jackson, this was a man who literally taught a Sunday school that he specifically established to teach children in the black community how to read. This act not only went against the societal norms of the time, but it went against established law as well. Some of these black children would later go on to lead their own congregations. Sadly today, the hate that is perpetuated against these noble leaders has nothing to do with the love for the black community and everything to do with the hatred of Christian Southerners. The truth is, these men picked everything that is good and wholesome in our society, with attributes and qualities that we should hope to see in a father, leader, warrior, and teacher. We should only pray for men of this caliber today. I strongly urge you to keep the school names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins. Next, we have Stephen Davis, followed by Bob Rudder. Do we have Stephen Davis? Okay, we'll have Bob Rudder, followed by Frederick J. Fiore.
My name's Bob Rudder, 35-year business owner in Jacksonville, proud member of the Northside Coalition. We are not changing history. We are changing the world. What we tolerated in the past is no longer tolerated today. I want to talk about a 1968 school board member in Duval County named Mr. Wills. Mr. Wills knew this day was coming, and he knew this school board would happen. He was the lone dissenting vote in naming the school Finnegan on top of Manhattan Beach. And when he saw that he was the only vote and lost 4-1 in not branding that school with the white supremacy name, he demanded they include Finnegan's record into the official record. Finnegan's record, slave owner, slave trader, Confederate general who ordered the murder of wounded American soldiers because they were black. That's the same thing Bedford Forrest did. And Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis oversaw this policy. My hero, 1968 school board member Mr. Willis, preserved this evidence, official records, and he did this today so we would understand the truth of the names that brand our city. Mr. Willis had the courage to stand up in 1968 and understand what was happening. He knew the school board and superintendent someday would show up and have the courage to fix this. Congratulations, Dr. Green, on your award in a Confederate city for a black woman. That's quite an achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudder. Next, we have Frederick J. Fior, followed by Mark Longsdale. Frederick J. Fior. No? Mark Longsdale. Sarah Thompson. And following Sarah Thompson will be Laura Ragunas.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Thompson. I'm a resident of North Shore here in Jacksonville. I've been in Jacksonville for 21 years today, and I'm spending my anniversary here. And so I thank you for your time tonight. I did not go to high school here. I do not have a child in high school here, but my stakeholdership is in that I am a tax-paying citizen of the county. And as such, it is my passionate plea that we invest in the children that are going to our schools. They're going to be running this show, and we need for them to be successful. We need for them to be coming out of these high schools as successful individuals. Please pardon me, I just now wrote this down thinking I was going to have dinner tonight. For anybody saying that the name change of the high school is cancel culture. I submit to you that it's not. It is not rewriting history. What we're doing is quite the opposite. We are taking a look dead in the eyes of our own history. We're facing it, and we're facing its ugliness. I have Confederate ancestry, and we have to admit to ourselves, we'd be lying if we weren't. You've heard them all here tonight. Our Confederate ancestry is violently racist. And to have our young people of color walking through Lee High School, a man named after a man who, were he alive today, would take a look at 70% of that student body and see them as inferior and as a product and something to be owned, at best is unfair to them, and at worst is psychologically damaging to them. This is something that they're going to have on their diploma, on their resume, on their LinkedIn. They're going to carry this for the rest of their employment history. And it's like people said earlier tonight, words do matter, intention does matter, and the message we're sending the kids that so passionately want this name to be changed is that if we don't change it, the message we're sending is that they don't matter. And that's the wrong message. So I implore you, do change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Next, we'll have Laura Ragunas, followed by Blake Harper.
I'm Laura Ragunas, a homeowner in this community. This is the local high school associated with my home. I did literally cringe when we purchased our property and I saw this was the name of the local high school. I am a military brat, and this was my 22nd move, and I vowed it was my last one, so I'm very invested. I did, according to the extremely minimal research I did, courts are refinished every years and fields like every 10 years, which says to me that really this could have been handled cost effectively. It's a decision that should have been made decades ago, truly, to take off the Confederate names of these schools and then replace the names on the fields, which, as I understand it, is what the primary cost is of changing the names, is that it has to do with refinishing the fields and courts. And as I said, that is a decision that should have been made decades ago and could have been.
I asked you this question in the 20th century in which you were all born. There were three men who used children to accomplish their bloody goals. Who are those three men? Particularly, I see this as I see black shirts. Think of Adolf Hitler. He used the children, the brown shirts, against the parents. Think of Stalin and Lenin. He used the younger generations against the older generations. Think of Mao Zedong. As we see these people out here chanting the way they chant, go back and look at how the Cultural Revolution took place. Young people surrounded old people and chanted just the way these Black Lives Matter people chant. You're dealing with a serious issue. Again, I've already established that this is not extreme, this is not hyperbole, this is a fact. Black Lives Matter is a Marxist organization, it's a Marxist thought. And in fact, if you take a look at the leader behind all this, Ben Fraser, and the Northside Coalition, what does he want to do? You can't exclude this from whatever else he's working on. It's an agenda. He wants to defund the police. Well, how's that working for New York? How's that working for St. Louis? How's that working for St. Paul? The reality of it is their ideas are destructive to the very nature of our culture. They want to take away our ability to defend ourselves. They want to give criminals the ability to override the police through criminal review boards. And one of the most Marxist ideas of all is wealth redistribution through taxes. Now, folks, this is a bad idea. You have to understand where it comes from. You have to understand how these children are being used as weapons. They're too young to understand what it's doing. They've been indoctrinated, and it's something we have seen before. I told you at one point in time, I was considering being a history teacher. I passed the test to be a high school history teacher here. So I'm not sitting here blowing smoke. I'm not sitting here speaking extremities. I'm speaking facts. You got to keep this. You got to keep the names of the schools the same to protect the republic.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Next, we'll have Sean Eaton, followed by Jerry Holtz.
My name's Sean Eaton. He's right. Mao, Stalin, they were bad people, right? That's why we don't name high schools after bad people. With all due respect, I'm going to mention names today, as is my constitutional right to free speech. Another man got up here and said 78% of people in Jacksonville are okay with some of these names. Well, I got a better statistic for you. If I took 100% of black kids in DCPS schools and yanked them back a couple of hundred years, 100% of them would be slaves. They'd be on a plantation right now, not in a school. But you know, I really wonder if I can trust y'all with that decision. So I'm going to talk to y'all. You don't answer emails. I know you've gotten at least 200 emails asking if Black Lives Matter. I know I got one response back. Virtual school is a joke. Passing kids along because it saves money. Passing up kids a grade, passing it on to the next teacher knowing they're not ready. I know there are high school students reading on an elementary school level. When fifth graders get left behind, that is the system. Left behind by you. Critical thinking skills are abysmal because kids are only doing worksheets, memorizing facts long enough to pass a test. Robert E. Lee principal can't figure out if he likes Black Lives Matter or not. Marches with them 1 minute and then tears down the very flag he was marching under. Then he doubles down and recently denied students their constitutional right to free assembly and speech. Apparently, y'all are only good at the wrong things. Oh yeah, Amy Donofrio. Let's talk about her. Teacher of the Year a few years ago, and all of a sudden she starts this EVAC movement. These kids start getting awards from Harvard, get to meet the president, invited by the Brazilian government to speak, and are now published authors. What did y'all do? You canceled EVAC. Even after a donor was gonna pay for it. And now Miss Donofrio is being investigated. You better provide a whole boatload of evidence because a lot of people are watching. We know when somebody's being railroaded. What's her sin? She gave disenfranchised students a voice. Can't have a bunch of poor black kids thinking they have a voice. They might all start to think they have a voice in all areas of government. So don't act like we don't know what this is about. And you better hope a couple of these Robert E. Lee students don't figure out how to file a federal lawsuit. I want to talk about money. Think about that. We had 10,000 protesters out there over the summer. Y'all really need to get this one right. You'll see it again.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. Next, we'll have Mr. Jerry Holt, followed by Marshall Clayton Rawson.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Holt. I live in Jacksonville. I'm not a native, but I am substantially invested in Jacksonville, and my great-grandchildren will be going to school here. Therefore, I am very much concerned about the direction of our school system and the way in which our children are taught. I do not know if changing the name of the school will enhance or exacerbate any of the education of our children. But I am concerned about the direction with which this whole thing is taking place. I see the name change as one part of something much bigger. Black Lives Matter very much, but Black Lives Matter, the organization, is not concerned with the education of your children and my great-grandchildren. As a matter of fact, when you read their manifesto directly, it says, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure as a requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children are comfortable. We foster a queer affirming network. When we gather, we do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of heteronormative thinking, or rather the belief that all in the world are heterosexual unless he or she discloses otherwise. This is not Black Lives Matter education. This is indoctrination and nefarious doctrination. It is in complete compliance with Marxist principles. I encourage you to think very, very carefully about what you do. I encourage you to think very, very carefully about what sort of curriculum you allow in our schools. This is a great city. I've lived in many cities, and I've lived in countries that are communist, and I've lived in countries that are socialist. Let me tell you something. Socialism does not work, and we are headed toward that. Please rethink what you do. Think very carefully about what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Next, we'll have Marshall Clayton Rawson, followed by Lisa York. Oh, okay. The 2 cards in there. Next, we have Lisa York. Is there a Lisa York? Okay. And our final speaker card, Dana Mall. All right, Madam Chair, there's no more speaker.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Thank you to everyone who joined us here this evening. We are now on to comments from parent organizations. Do I have anyone here representing a parent organization? Good evening, Ms. Rogers.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairperson Anderson, School Board, Dr. Green. I'm Teresa Rogers, President of the Duval County Council of PTAs, sharing on behalf of DCC PTA. Back in August, I shared part of the resolution adopted by the membership of the Florida PTA. That's every PTA in the state of Florida. And tonight, I'm going to read it in its entirety. Two of PTA's core values are diversity and respect. To accomplish our mission of enabling every child to reach their potential, we must focus on respecting all children, their diversity, and their experiences. For our communities to operate in full engagement and empowerment to advocate for all children, we must consider the names and symbols of educational institutions within our communities. The harm from colonization and enslavement on our country, state, and local communities is profound. Commemorations and symbols become ingrained into the background tapestry of our institutions. Despite this background, we must examine our commemorations and symbols so we can fully advocate for our children. School names and symbols that disenfranchise their populations reinforce racism and stereotypes, and thus continue disempowering and harming our communities. Our public schools are proclaimed safe places and must be safe for everyone. PTA's mission is to advocate for all children to reach their full potential. We cannot effectively do that if one child is allowed to be harmed. If we are ever to find a way forward for every child to reach their full potential, each PTA needs to speak up with one voice to ensure that our educational institutions are safe, even in their names and symbols. Whereas 195 public schools around the country have names that are culturally insensitive. They memorialize Confederate soldiers, leaders, or politicians, even though more than half of the 125,000 students who attend these schools are Black or Hispanic. Whereas an often overlooked component of race and racism is the impact of school names and symbols on the school culture in shaping the identities of students, teachers, and their communities. These memorializations normalize stereotypes and reinforce systemic racism, thereby producing toxic learning environments for students and educators, leading to inequitable learning outcomes. Whereas school names and symbols reflect school community values, removing or transforming symbols of racial hierarchy and creating affirming sites of memory in their place expresses respect toward the lives of people who were harmed by the historical injustices. Title VI provides practices and supports community engagements that lead to reflections regarding our schools, including their names and symbols, as recently demonstrated in Hillsborough County. Be it resolved that Florida PTA and its constituent associations call for and support the renaming of schools which have culturally insensitive names. Be it resolved that Florida PTA and its constituent associations call for and support the replacement of school mascots which are culturally insensitive. Be it resolved that Florida PTA and its constituent associations advocate for school community and stakeholder input in the renaming and replacement process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mr. Hawk?
Chairperson Anderson, Superintendent Green, honorable members of the board, thank you for allowing us this space. I don't know if you can hear me all right. Okay. Some of you may know, some of you may not know, I am Mr. Hawk. I am the District Advisory Council Chairperson. Our last meeting was on March the 22nd. During that meeting, we had a mini baby shower for Miss Harrison. Everybody had a good time. We enjoyed ourselves. It brought tears to her eyes. Also during that meeting, we anticipated board member Joyce being with us, but due to a scheduling conflict, she showed up, but it was after the agenda. There were members of the District Advisory Council who requested her presence because they had some questions concerning the March 5th board meeting. We left our concerns with some members of the district, but they felt that they really shouldn't get in the middle, and I agreed. So tonight, I just wanted to bring up some of those concerns. This meeting seemed to take place after a SAC meeting that took place at Robert E. Lee High School. During that meeting, the SAC meeting that is, the alumni brought up some things like why should underclassmen be able to vote? Alumni should be able to have mail-in votes. And they brought up the cost of changing the name of the schools. During that meeting, also, one alumni came to the conclusion that you mean only 7 people are going to be able to decide whether the school names change. To which one of the other alumni replied, no, all we need is 4, which leaves us in question as to why there was a board meeting that only included 4 members. Not only were there members of the District Advisory Council who were concerned, there were also members of my SAC that are concerned, and I've even had students who have come to me and said, Mr. Hawk, the fix is in. Also want to say that I sat through 5 community meetings. To me, this is just my opinion, how I felt. I felt like I sat through 5 mini-Klan meetings. Being told that Jesus didn't condemn slavery, being told that if there were any problems at the school, it's because it's predominantly African American. Being told that if we want to be mad at somebody, maybe we need to be mad at the chiefs in Africa because they're the ones who sold us into slavery. Being told that this isn't about the school names, this is about black and white, and that we don't owe you anything. And mostly being told, just get over it and move on, made me feel like I just said, I was at a mini-Klan meeting. When we first brought this issue up, I said that we really needed to try to take the emotion out of it and that we just need to try to stay practical. I still feel that same way. I have a suggestion, have some thoughts. There are some things that are morally wrong. There are some things that are just illegal. Morally wrong is not always illegal. At one time, it was illegal to drink. They called it prohibition. People who did break prohibition went to jail. Now it is legal. Some people may feel it's still morally wrong. So when we look at these school names, we need to look at, are we just dealing with morally wrong or are we dealing with illegal? Jean Ribault, I don't know, he was what do they call it, Huguenot? He may have did some things that were morally wrong, but the United States wasn't even in existence, so I don't know if you can consider it illegal. Slavery at one time was legal, but it was morally wrong. So can you blame those who owned the slaves? Maybe, maybe not. Andrew Jackson, you could say he did some things that were morally wrong, but I don't see where they were illegal. War is war. But now when we come to Joseph Finnegan, he was not only morally wrong, but he did things that were illegal because he fought against the United States of America. Andrew Jackson, morally wrong and illegal. James Ewell Brown Stewart, a.k.a. Jeb Stewart, morally wrong, illegal. Jefferson Davis, morally wrong, illegal. Edmund Kirby Smith, morally wrong and illegal. Thomas Jonathan, in parentheses, Stillwell Jackson, morally wrong and illegal. Robert E. Lee, morally wrong and illegal. I'm a veteran. All of these men, except for Finnegan, swore an oath to defend this country and broke their oath. I feel like every veteran should be upset about that, but I know a lot of them aren't. If we go with looking at this thing, taking the emotion out, looking at where these men stand in history, what they did, I think the decision would be simple. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. Do we have any other representatives from parent organizations? Do we have any representatives here this evening from employee organizations? Moving on to the approval of minutes. that the Duval County School Board approve the minutes for the meetings listed in the agenda item. February 9th, 2021 Board Workshop, February 16th, 2021 Committee Meeting, February 16th, 2021 Board Workshop, February 19th, 2021 Board Workshop, February 25th, 2021 Board Workshop, March 2nd, 2021 Regular Board Meeting, March 5th, 2021 Board Member Meeting, March 17th, 2021 Student Expulsion Hearing. I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Board Member Hershey, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your vote, you have approved the minutes to these meetings, 7-0. On to the approval of our consent agenda. Are there any items to place on the consent agenda or items for discussion?
Chair Anderson, I would like to pull item number 14, the lease dark fiber web for discussion, and also item 19, the custodial services management for discussion.
What item number?
14 and 19.
All right, we've got those two items pulled for discussion. You guys are set. All right, I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with those items pulled.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Board Member Hershey, seconded by Board Member Coker. Is there any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the consent agenda, 7-0. On to our discussion agenda. The first item for our discussion agenda is item number 14, lease lit or lease dark fiber wide area network. Dr. Green, would you read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board approve the services agreement with Crown Castle Fiber LLC in the amount not to exceed $26,800,001.14 for the period of July 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2031 for RFP number 16-21 LM lease lit or lease dark fiber wide area network. That the Duval County School Board approve the award to purchase equipment to STEP CG LLC in the amount not to exceed $2,279,124.10 for the period of July 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2031 for RFP number 16-21 LM lease lit or lease dark fiber wide area network.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Jones, seconded by Board Member Hershey. I'll open the floor for discussion.
Thank you.
Board Member Joyce.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I pulled this item. It was brought to my attention sort of at the last minute, some concerns about the lease agreement for this dark fiber network. And so because of the amount, $26 million over a 10-year period, I just wanted to have a conversation around, you know, why maybe we chose to do a lease when there's opportunities available around the country for us to own this kind of network and to implement that. And did we have that conversation as a board, I mean, as the operations department, the benefit of leasing other than, you know, creating our own network, which I'm under the impression, and this is why I'm asking for clarification, because again, it is $30 million almost. Have we talked about being able to sustain our own network and using federal funding that's available to do that. And so I just really wanted to have that conversation around, you know, what was the conversation? How did we go with lease versus the other options that we may have? And the significant amount of time over a 10-year period is concerning to me because technology is always advancing. And is this really the right thing for the district to do at this time? So I just wanted to open this up for that conversation.
Dr. Green.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to ask Jim Colbert, our CIO, to come forward and start the conversation for you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the reason that this is a lease is because we are going to lease the fiber. The district has no ability or opportunity to go around the city and lay our own fiber into the ground. So what this allows us to do is that we are actually leasing the line, and the line is then maintained by, in this case, Crown Castle. The company maintains the fiber itself.
Okay.
We will put our equipment on both ends of the fiber and maintain that piece of it. So that's why it's a long-term lease contract, because for them to come in, they have to do what's called the last mile. So there is fiber all over the city, but what we don't have is fiber going from the street all the way into the school itself. So they're going to come in, and that's that big price tag of $30 million. Fortunately, 90 to 100% of that is going to be covered by the federal government, because right now, that is a big thing that E-rate is doing. So you remember a couple of years back, the big E-rate was telephones, IP phones, then it became the switches around wireless, and now the big thing is doing dark fiber. So that's why we're kind of striking at this opportunity to have E-rate pick up this $30 million bill to do the last mile. And then our cost to operate the fiber goes from $550,000 a month to $75,000 a month.
Okay, so help me understand this. I'm under the impression, and maybe you know this or you don't, that the city of Jacksonville is considering, you know, implementing this wire network around the city. And I guess the 10-year, my deal is the 10-year part of it. If in the next couple of years there was capability that this would be there, would we be able to piggyback on that, if that makes any sense? Yeah, right.
Through the chair, the other opportunities that we've seen in Jacksonville were more to bring fiber optics to the individual neighborhoods, but not necessarily to businesses. We've had conversations in the past with, for example, JEA about using their available fiber, but because JEA doesn't fall under E-rate requirements, it would actually cost us more, because the federal governments don't pitch in on the E-rate cost of that, than it was for us to go with a lease-lit fiber option.
Okay, so there's no federal funding available for us to be able to lay that ourselves?
Through the chair, no, there is no opportunity to lay our own fiber through E-rate funds.
Okay.
E-rate funds is around dark fiber.
Okay, thank you very much. That clarifies, for me, anyway, the item. And again, I apologize for bringing it at the last minute. It was a big price tag, and I just wanted to, you know, have that public conversation.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Any other comments or discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I call for your vote.
Madam Chair, that vote was passed 7-0.
Thank you. By your action, you have approved leased lit or leased dark fiber wide area network unanimously. Moving on to item 19.
Madam Chairman, I'm asking the board office to advise which item is next.
Madam Chair, you can go with the item you stated. We have the correct vote pulled up.
Great, thank you. Item number 19, award custodial services management RFP number 13-21/TW. Superintendent, would you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board approve the custodial services management RFP number 13-21/TW contract award to ATS Facilities LLC from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Hershey, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Board Member Joyce, did you pull this item for discussion?
I did. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This particular item I pulled when I went back through the questions that the board asked concerning this contract. We did receive some information about that, but I was more specifically wanting to see the point value system for each one of the vendors and how that point system was determined. And so I'm just putting that out there, like, that's what the request was, to see the point system for each one of the vendors. And I only bring it up because I have had some people reach out to me with concerns about this contract, and we even had Mr. Brown come before the board today with some concerns about the shifting of these contracts and using the same personnel. And so before, we vote on this, I would like, if it's possible, through the chair to Dr. Green, to just explain how did the point system work out, and then is this a normal practice for the company to just switch and move their whole upper management over from one company to the next, and how are we going to police that?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Paul Soros, Assistant Superintendent of Operations, to address this question, start the conversation.
Through the chair, the board member Joyce. The second attachment to the agenda item, I think, gives you the point breakdown. If you go to that, let me give you a chance to open that.
Recommendation, okay. Yeah, I see the point breakdown. I was more interested in the points attained under each category and what their scores were for each one of the different vendors or the proposers.
Through the chair to board member Joyce, those are kept within purchasing, showing a breakdown. The points criteria were set in the RFP, and there was a scoring sheet, and they were scored for, past performance, experience, skills, resumes, financial capability, and so each one was independently ranked by each member on the selection committee. So each person assessed their own point totals based on their assessment of the proposals in front of them. And then those point totals were summed up, tallied. Nobody really knew what any other person did or what the totals were until it went back into purchasing and it was all tallied up, and then the results were put out. So each person independently assessed the criteria that were published in the RFP.
Is that information public record? Is that information something the board members can review?
The results of the selection were scored on scoring matrix sheets that are within purchasing. So they should be a part of the contract record.
Yes, they are a public record.
Yes.
I've just said the simple.
So and I know we're going to vote on this tonight, but I would still request to see those individual scoring cards and kind of understand what was the criteria and how the points were assessed.
So they can be provided via purchasing. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, and then the second question was I know that when we had this conversation in board workshop, there was some issue with the pay increase and whether this would be covered under this contract amount. Just want to make sure before we go to the vote that the amount that's given to the board is not going to exceed that, even if there is some other negotiated unit or minimum salary for these individuals.
Well, the amount that's placed in the agenda item is a direct result of the acquisition. So the incumbent was asked for the costs that were in their collective bargaining agreement. That was put in, and all the bids were based on that. So that's what you have in front of you. Since the award came out, and it was apparent that ABM wasn't going to win, the incumbent, they negotiated a separate CBA. And the impact of that is it's not known yet. We don't know exactly, because the incoming company has to go through and hire the workforce. And depending on how many people are hired and what their structure is, that's going to determine the impact of salary. So then we'll look at the new collective bargaining agreement, which we're going to strive to honor. There potentially will be a cost impact, but the exact amount is not known at this point. It's not, we estimate an upper limit, which could be potentially be even up to 1.5 million or 2 million, but that's not known until we go through and they actually hire all the personnel and come back to us and explain the extent. We don't know that at this point. But regardless of who is awarded, it's going to impact the incoming contractor. And the key point that we're facing is it's April 6th, and the contract performance starts July 1st. So we have 86 days to mobilize, which is going to be critical this summer in particular, because the incumbent is outgoing, and we need to have the new contractor up and running as quickly as possible.
Is there something that we can do in the future where we're not in this situation? We're finding ourselves in a situation where we potentially could have to spend $1 or $0.5 to $2 million more than what we're actually approving tonight.
We choose to require our contractors to honor the collective bargaining agreements under AFSCME. We do it here and we do it in food service. We don't have to do that, but it's a practice that we do for fairness to all the employees involved. So if we were to put language that says after the award, no negotiation will count, there's pros and cons to that approach. So despite this difficulty that occurred because of the incumbent, it's still, on balance, the best approach for all concerned, including the AFSCME employees, in my opinion.
And then the final comment that I want to make about this particular item is that when we did the financial impact, and there was concerns about putting funding numbers and not knowing what the fund was for the board members. But I would also like to add that in the past, when I was a new board member, the funding amount was under each function. So if it was operational plant, that amount that was going to be spent under operational plant was given to me. Out of general operating was given to us, and out of maintenance was given to us. And so I would just like in the future to see this as what is the amount coming out of that fund.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Is there any other comment or discussion on this item? Seeing none, I call for your vote.
Madam Chair, that item passed 7-0.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our final discussion agenda item, Human Resources Services, Professional Standards, Employee Suspension Without Pay. Thomas Caggiano, Board Member Joyce.
Yes, through the chair to Dr. Green.
Oh,
never mind.
Dr. Green, would you please read your recommendation? I apologize.
That the Duval County School Board approve the amended written reprimand with suspension without pay for 5 days for Thomas Caggiano, a teacher at Sandalwood High School. The recommended amendment, written reprimand with suspension without pay, is for unprofessional conduct and was the recommendation of the assigned DCPS council.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Before discussion, I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Hershey, seconded by Board Member Jones.
Thank you.
Board Member Joyce.
So through the chair to Dr. Green, the name was familiar to me, so I went back and looked, and this was an item that the board approved in December, on the December agenda. And so for the record, I would just like to ask why this item is coming back before the board this month.
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, our attorney, Daryl Chapman, is present. I can answer, but I prefer that Mr. Chapman address your question. Why is he coming? Why is this coming back?
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, ma'am. Daryl Chapman, Office of General Counsel. Through the chair of the board, Member Joyce, the short answer is newly discovered information can be through discovery. And so I'm admitting it's the same discipline that you looked at in December 2020. However, the idea was there was new information that we discovered. So what charge was that? Actually, two charges.
Okay, and so I'm wondering, is this a particular employee going to appeal this? And is that why there was an additional look into the evidence?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, it's the same discipline and the employee has already appealed it. Basically, we're just adding charges as the process is going through. At this point in time, we're in discovery, and that allowed me to actually add the charges through that period until we actually have the hearing later on in the year.
Okay, to me, this is a little sloppy. I'm just going to be honest with you. If we're going to bring that in December, I'm going to support this, but at the same time, it just doesn't look good to me as a district, that thorough investigation needs to happen when it comes to the board the very first time. That's all.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Other comments?
Can I ask
Sure, Vice
to the
Chairman.
chair, to the superintendent or Mr. Chapman, were the charges weren't known then, and then the charges were known, and that's why we brought them, correct?
Through the chair.
Your microphone.
Was that this information was not known yet. I went back to professional standards, actually discovered this information myself during discovery of this matter going before the professional magistrate that we actually had discovery going. It actually was brought up in February of this year, so no one knew about it in December of last year. Just to be clear, it was not known, and the charges could not have been changed. I couldn't even know the basis for having these charges back in December.
And this is standard procedure.
Yes, ma'am. The hearing officer's already approved this procedure, just waiting for, if the board were to approve this action, we'd be able to go forward with these new charges as well, on the same discipline.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved this item 7-0. That is the end of our discussion agenda. And we have board member travel this evening. It's been quite some time. That the Duval County School Board approve and confirm the travel listed below for official business of the district and that it complies with the rules of the State Board of Education. June 8th through the 11th, 2021, Tampa, Florida, FSBA Summer Conference, Anderson, Coker, Hershey, Joyce, and Pearson. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing that, I'd call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Hershey, seconded by Board Member Jones. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you've approved board member travel 7-0. No travel for the superintendent. Still hanging out here in Duval. Plenty to do, I'm sure. And that brings us to For the Record, before 10 p.m. We'll start with Board Member Jones this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, first of all, thank those who participated in the various community meetings. There was name calling on both sides. That I think that's regrettable, but I think by and large, both sides stuck to the issues, and whether you agreed or not, I think some people did change their minds after sitting through some of those hearings. One lady spoke, came up at the last meeting at Lee and said she did change her mind. So there was some listening going on. I don't think many minds were changed, but I think the healthy discussion was good, and I'm just glad that I think 5 was too many. Maybe 3 was sufficient, but just want to thank all those who participated and thank the board members who sat and listened patiently. I missed the last board meeting, and I just wanted to thank Jumbo Shrimp for hosting the Heritage baseball game that Board Member Willie forgot to mention because I think Reigns won the game. They beat Reebok convincingly. And the young man named Nicholas Joyner made a diving catch behind the shortstop position and made ESPN's Player of the Week. He made the top 10. And Miss Talley said she had his own video, so if anybody wants to see, but he made a diving catch over his head and saved some runs. But Reigns did win, Mr. Willie. I forgot to mention that to you. Secondly, I want to extend congratulations to 3 students at Andy Morgan who did outstanding on the what is it called? Progress Monitoring Assessment 3. The principal recognized 3 students: Lauren Mackey, Othello Moore, and Angel Phillips. And I just want to thank them for the work they did on that testing. Congratulations to school board employees who were recognized last week at the banquet. And a special shout out to, I'm going to take Ms. Hirsch's thunder, but Shara Hartley, who won the Employee of the Year. I think we have an outstanding staff that do the work hard each and every day, and it's just one of those hardworking employees. And finally, congratulations to James Weldon Johnson being selected as one of the Community First Schools of the Month last February. They do an outstanding job over there, and $500 every little bit helps. So I just want to thank them and Principal nicely for doing such an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Pearson.
I just have 2 items this time. The first is I've talked before about student leadership opportunities. We talk a lot about student voice and student activism. I wanted to give you a little report on something I got to see firsthand, and that is some of you may know about Dance Marathon from your college days, but there is a high school version of Dance Marathon. It's a fundraiser that benefits Children's Miracle Network. Their tagline is "For the Kids." And this is a pretty cool opportunity for high school students to raise money for life-saving equipment the Miracle families and for children who need that in our local hospitals. So all the money raised locally goes either to Wolfson Children's Hospital or to UF Health Pediatrics. I watched this year, the virtual broadcast. There was no actual dance event. Next year there will be. In our metro area, high school students raised $52,333 for Children's Miracle Network. Wolfson High School was the only Duval County public school represented this year. And as a first-year participant, exceeded their initial goal of 3,000 and actually went a little bit over their stretch goal of 4,000. So I was very impressed. That is a student government that I get to work with. I was impressed with their creativity and their leadership and the different activities that they came up with and ran with for fundraising for kids and families they didn't know. I would very much like to see other Duval County high schools participate in the high school dance marathon next year, and if anyone out there still listening, and you would like to contact me, pearsonc1@duvalschools.org, I would be happy to put you in contact with the people who would be very happy to have more high schools involved with Dance Marathon. And it is a great leadership opportunity for our students that they can actually take into their college years and be involved in Dance Marathon on a college level as well. Second thing is I visited a school yesterday where the sixth graders were preparing to take the
But all of those in favor of the bill, they're real people that are affected by this antiquated law. Guys, don't just hear what they're saying. See what they're doing. I ask for your favorable support.
Representative Rodriguez having closed on the bill. Lindsay, please call the roll.
Representatives Alexander,
No.
Brannon,
Yes.
Busada Cabrera,
Yes.
Byrd,
Yes.
Diamond,
No.
Driscoll,
No.
Duggan,
Yes.
Fernandez Barquin,
Yes.
Federhoff,
Yes.
Gottlieb,
No.
Grawl, Gregory,
Yes.
Greco,
No.
Hart,
No.
Crown Point Elementary. I know that it was an exciting time for Principal Hartley as well. I will mention that Ms. Hartley and Principal Hartley are not married, in case I don't want people to think, but it was, I'm so excited for her, and I know that I contacted Principal Hartley, and I'm excited with that. I would just also like to say security that participated at each of the community meetings. I thought it helped a lot. There's some meetings where they were needed to help control the tension in the room. So I appreciate them staying late. I was guilty one night of staying a little longer in the parking lot, and they were like, can you? And so I people there in the last to leave, as well as all of the people, the SAC members and PTA who participated and listened as well. I wish everyone well on FSA, and I recently heard the education commissioner, actually from Texas, who pointed out that it's sometimes stress and pressure that adults put on children about testing that causes the anxiety in students. So hopefully, as a district and as schools, we will not let that anxiety transfer to students, and that they will be successful.
Thank you, Board Member Hershey. Board Member Coker.
So I want to do two congratulations. First to Assistant Superintendent Shawanda Peak. I know we congratulated her after the virtual expo earlier this year, and we were all excited about her and her team's work. But I want to also say congratulations on being accepted to do a presentation at the Magnet Schools of America Conference. This is the premier platform for magnet schools in the country. And to be able to have that type of presentation, expo gone virtual, is just really exciting for that entire team when you look at the transition that has gone on, in particular with Ms. Peak's leadership. It's pretty phenomenal. So congratulations to her and all of her team for that. I do want to give a congratulations to Merrill Road Elementary, who were Principal Natasha Clark and Assistant Principal Kristen Beckman, who were selected as one of the Community First Credit Union schools today for their health and mental, their work around mental health, calming classrooms, and all kinds of good stuff that they're doing over there, yoga for their teachers and all kinds of stuff. And so thank you to them as we look at what's happening around mental health and youth. We're excited that they're at the forefront of that. And thank you to Dr. Krisner for always taking the time to email us and let us know about those winners. We appreciate you doing that. Finally, I do want to add to Board Member Jones thanking everyone that came out for the meetings, and also what...
The arts are really important to me. I spent most of my life teaching in the arts.
And when we retired, we decided to move to New York City.
When we moved here, I thought, well, great performances and live from Lincoln Center, I can go see it live at Lincoln Center. And I thought it was going to kind of diminish my interest in those kinds of productions on PBS, and it's done just the opposite.
And the information gathering process. None of these principals asked to be in the middle of this, and they have led admirably. I just, having served as a principal in this district and having supported principals, I just am so grateful to them for their leadership during this time. I don't think people always understand all that they're asked to do. And to prepare schools for FSA, they led, and they did it respecting both sides, making sure all voices were heard, and that everyone stayed safe in the process. And so I just want to make sure that we thank them for going above and beyond yet again. Principals in Duval, it doesn't seem it matters what we ask of them. They always step up and make it happen. So we thank them for their efforts in this process.
During a pandemic.
During again,
I'm forgetting that
it doesn't matter what we ask of them. They just deliver every single time.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Board Member Joyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to start off by going on the record and saying that I did not know Urban Meyer was going to be here tonight. And, if I would have known, I would have tried to get a photo op with him. I mean, I'm a big Jags fan. Everybody knows that. But Dr. Green, that gift from the Jaguars is super, super special, and I do want to get my picture with you and those cleats.
I was going to say you take a picture with the cleats.
I want you in the picture too. That was just phenomenal. It was a great gift, and I know that you enjoyed that. I again I'm not going to belabor this, but this last month has been really, we've been focused on community meetings, and I appreciate all the board members, and it's been a challenge to get to all of them. And I'm just really appreciative of you being there. I know Board Member Anderson, Chair Anderson, lives at the beach, so it's kind of a real haul for you to come to some of these. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the community for participating in them. Dr. Green, thank you. I know I've called you several times about security issues and making sure that everything was covered, and you've done a phenomenal job of making sure that the community felt safe walking into the meetings. So I just want to just say that. And then lastly, I just want to the record and apologize to Mr. Hawk. What we normally do is we normally have a board member come to each DAC meeting. And so that particular meeting was Ms. Pearson's meeting. The board office asked me to come. I told the board office, I don't know if that was communicated,